Alright, if you're actually on a road trip and you are binge watching these episodes, you know that it could be a little frustrating to have to listen to the introduction of every video and the outro of every video. And if you don't need the tiebreaker, you just don't need it, you don't want to hear it. Here it is. All 31 of January's 365-day trivia road trip random trivia quizzes put into one video. Just the 20 questions. No intros, no outros. Over 500 random trivia questions. Good luck. Question number 1. Each of the Farrelly brothers' first 4 films, Dumb and Dumber, Kingpin, There's Something About Mary, and Me, Myself, and Irene, has a plot centering on a road trip. The trip in Kingpin starts in Pennsylvania, but the trips from the other 3 films begin in which U.S. state? Most of the Farrelly brothers movies are set in Rhode Island. Question number 2. The legend of this king is due in part to the writings of Geoffrey of Monmouth. What was the name of this son of Uther Pendragon, who was given the sword Excalibur by the Lady of the Lake? The answer is King Arthur. Question number 3. He ordered the creation of the 5-year plans and the killing of his rival Leon Trotsky. Control of the Soviet Union passed from Vladimir Lenin to what Georgian, whose name means man of steel? It's not Superman. The answer is Joseph Stalin. Question number 4. At the end of this novel, a second marriage proposal by Fitzwilliam Darcy is finally accepted by Elizabeth Bennet. What is the title of this 1813 Jane Austen novel in which Darcy and Elizabeth embody the 2 titular vices? Those 2 title vices are Pride and Prejudice. Question number 5. This author wrote about the eviction of Nell Trent and her grandfather from the Old Curiosity Shop. In another work by what author does Sidney Carton sacrifice himself to save Charles Darnay in a work set in London and Paris? Those 2 cities were the setting for A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. Question number 6. Featuring the songs Come Together, Here Comes the Sun, and Something. What was the title of the 1969 Beatles album whose cover shows the Beatles crossing the street that the album is named after? The answer is Abbey Road. Question number 7. This opera features Clara singing the song Summertime. What is the title of this 1935 George Gershwin musical set on Catfish Row, which also includes the song It Ain't Necessarily So, sung by the character Sportin' Life? That musical is Porgy and Bess. Question number 8. The founding of this nation was promised in the Balfour Declaration. It fought Egypt and Syria in the Six-Day War and signed the Camp David Accords with Egypt. What is this Middle Eastern nation founded by Zionists to create a Jewish state? The answer is Israel. Question number 9. Home to the War Memorial Opera House, this city contains Russian Hill and Lake Merced as well as Nob Hill. The city's district of Haight-Ashbury was the center of hippie culture in the 1960s. What American city's namesake body of water contains Treasure Island and Angel Island? The answer, San Francisco. Question number 10. Which amendment to the U.S. Constitution requires warrants to be judicially sanctioned and to describe the place and the persons involved, thereby protecting citizens against unreasonable searches and seizures? Looking for the number of the amendment. The answer is the Fourth Amendment. Question 11. It equals energy divided by the square of the speed of light. On Earth, it is sometimes confused with weight, though it is measured not in pounds, but in grams. What is the name of this quantity that represents the amount of matter in an object? The term for the quantity we're looking for is mass. Question number 12. This deity led Perseus to the Grey Witches so he could kill Medusa. As an infant, this deity stole Apollo's cattle and gave Apollo the lyre he had invented. Who was this Greek messenger god, often depicted with his winged sandals? His name was Hermes. Question number 13. This Norwegian native was exiled from Iceland and Orkney for committing multiple murders in both places. During his 3 years of exile, what Norseman explored Greenland and found the first permanent colony there in 985? The answer is Eric the Red. Question 14. During the Spanish-American War, he led a charge up San Juan Hill with the Rough Riders, and he would later run for president on the Bull Moose ticket. What is the name of this president who succeeded William McKinley? His name was Theodore Roosevelt. Question 15. World War I got much bigger in 1914 when Germany attacked what neutral country, hoping to capture Liège and outflank the French, instead forcing Britain to enter the war on the side of the Allies? The answer is Belgium. Question 16. A period by this name flourished in the 15th and 16th centuries and was based on humanism and classical influences. Raphael and Leonardo da Vinci were part of what period of art whose name is French for rebirth? The answer is the Renaissance. Question 17. This city was founded by Cadmus after following a cow until it sat. What is the name of this Greek city that was besieged by the Sphinx, as all travelers who entered it were forced to either solve its riddle or be eaten? The answer is Thebes. Question 18. This biblical man interpreted the writing on the wall during Belshazzar's feast. Who was this Hebrew prophet and namesake of an Old Testament book that survived being thrown into a lion's den? The answer is Daniel. Question 19. One of this man's pets, Benny, died after swallowing a stove that had been used to make oversized pancakes. On a detour from Fargo to Seattle, this man created the Grand Canyon. Babe the Big Blue Ox accompanied what giant lumberjack of American folklore? His name was Paul Bunyan. And question 20. In November of 2010, a cable news host called it a terrorist organization after it published U.S. State Department diplomatic cables. What is the name of this organization whose founder and main spokesperson, Julian Assange, was arrested in December of 2010? Julian Assange was the founder of WikiLeaks. Question number 1. He is the god responsible for the death of Balder. What is the name of this Norse trickster god that slept with the giantess Angrboda to father 3 monstrous children, including Hel? This Norse trickster god is Loki. Question number 2. After their April 2011 royal wedding, Prince William and Kate Middleton were conferred the titles of Duke and Duchess of what English university town that is located about 50 miles north of London? William and Kate are the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. Question number 3. What is the first and middle name of the Oxford scholar and author of popular religious works such as Mere Christianity and the Screwtape Letters, who also created the Chronicles of Narnia series and goes by C.S. Lewis? CS stands for Clive Staples. Question number 4. What is the name of the famous 18th century German composer and pianist, widely regarded as one of the greatest composers of the classical era, who wrote numerous works including Moonlight Sonata and Für Elise? The answer, Ludwig van Beethoven. Question number 5. What Canadian singer-songwriter's hit song, Call Me Maybe, was featured on her album Kiss and topped the charts in 18 countries and was the best-selling single worldwide of 2012, according to Billboard magazine? Call Me Maybe was the big hit from Carly Rae Jepsen. Question number 6. In this story, a boy boards a train wrapped in an apron of steam and, nearing his destination, sees the lights of a city as lights of an ocean liner sailing on a frozen sea. What is this story in which the boy's lost bell, which his parents cannot hear, is returned to him by Santa on Christmas? This classic Christmas tale is The Polar Express. Question number 7. He received medical attention from Dr. Samuel Mudd in the wake of his most famous action, and, after jumping from a balcony onto the stage, he famously shouted, "Sic Semper Tyrannis," to the crowd at Ford's Theater. Who was this assassin of Abraham Lincoln? His name, John Wilkes Booth. Question number 8. The elementary form of it introduces variables to represent numbers and expressions and equations. What is this branch of mathematics concerned with finding solutions for various types of equations, including quadratics and systems of equations? The answer is algebra. Question number 9, developed by Hasbro in 1981. What is the name of the toy line and media franchise that has released several generations of colorful equestrian characters that have been featured in movies, games, and most recently, a TV show subtitled Friendship is Magic? The answer is My Little Pony. Question number 10. Who is the Mexican artist famous for co-founding the modern Mexican muralism movement, known for his murals that depict the struggles of the Mexican people, and for his use of bold, bright colors and large-scale frescoes such as Man at the Crossroads? The answer is Diego Rivera. Question number 11. It can be measured in pascals or millibars. What is the name of this quantity, which can also be measured in pounds per square inch, and which represents a force per area? Force per area is pressure. Question number 12. Carbon dioxide is used to build this sugar in the dark reactions of photosynthesis. What is the name of this simple sugar with the formula C6H12O6 that is combined with fructose to make sucrose? The answer is glucose. Question 13. What is the most common name of the computer hardware component that is divided into chipsets like Northbridge and Southbridge, is connected to the microprocessor, and is the main circuit board? The answer is a motherboard. Question 14. His expedition marked the first European sightings of the Grand Canyon and the Colorado River. Spanish conquistador Francisco Coronado explored the American Southwest in the 1540s in search of which 7 mythical golden cities, often paired with Quivira? Those were known as the 7 cities of Cibola. Question 15. In what 2009 blockbuster film do Dr. Grace Augustine and Miles Quaritch quarrel over mining unobtainium from beneath Princess Neytiri and her Na'vi people on the planet of Pandora? That movie was Avatar. Question number 16. What is the name of the famous residence along Bear Run that was commissioned by Edgar Kaufman and was constructed by Frank Lloyd Wright in 1936 over the cascade of a stream? The name of this house was appropriately Falling Water. Question 17. What was the name of the Supreme Allied Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force during World War II, who served as the Republican President of the United States for most of the 1950s? The answer, Dwight D. Eisenhower. Question 18. Its rulers during this time include Girolamo Savonarola and the Medici family. What was the name of the Tuscan city that was the 3rd largest city in Europe in 1420 and is where most historians credit the Renaissance beginning? That city is the city of Florence. Question 19. What was the name of the king who compiled the Doomsday Book and was depicted on the Bayeux Tapestry, which celebrated his victory at the Battle of Hastings in 1066? You can give me his name, his number, his nickname, any of that. Most commonly known as William the Conqueror, he is William the First. Question number 20. In January of 2012, a cruise ship disaster occurred in the Tyrrhenian Sea. What was the name of this cruise ship that ran aground in shallow waters near Giglio Island, off the coast of Italy, causing the craft to partially sink and list to its side? That famous wreck was the Costa Concordia. Question number 1. A Sanskrit group of these writings is found in the Panchatantra. A Greek slave wrote some like The Tortoise and the Hare and The Fox and the Grapes Out of Reach. What are these stories that often contain animals and a moral lesson, many of which were written by Aesop? The answer is fables. Question number 2. This man was credited as an executive producer of the original Toy Story movie, produced by Pixar Animation, which he renamed after purchasing it from George Lucas in 1986. From 2000 to 2011, what man served as CEO of the computer company he co-founded with Steve Wozniak? The answer is Steve Jobs. Question number 3. It is one of the rarest feats in baseball, and the first one in Major League Baseball occurred in 1880. What is it called when a pitcher retires 27 batters without a runner reaching base either by hit, base on balls, or error? That is known as a perfect game. Question number 4. In this book, Admiral Drake sends the title character a surprise, and Greta and Captain Cook have 10 children who are soon trained to be a traveling circus act. What is this 1938 novel by Florence and Richard Atwater about a man with a bunch of flightless aquatic birds? The answer? Mr. Popper's Penguins. Question number 5. What is the title of the classic film where Pete Clemenza, portrayed by Richard Castellano, casually looks upon a violent crime scene and utters the iconic line to his partner Rocco Lampone, portrayed by Tom Rosqui? Leave the gun, take the cannoli. That was from the movie The Godfather. Question number 6. In 2021, it had a market cap of approximately $231 billion. What was the name of the now defunct video store chain that turned down the opportunity to purchase Netflix in 2000 for a measly $50 million? The answer is Blockbuster. Question number 7. Which European country is so safe that it has almost no prisoners and, in 2017, actually had to begin importing excess prisoners from Norway to keep their facilities full enough to keep their penal system running? The answer is the Netherlands. Question number 8. During this dynasty, which lasted from 206 BC to 220 AD, Confucianism became prominent and the first census was taken. What is this dynasty, once ruled by Wudi, which shares its name with the primary ethnic group in China? This dynasty is the Han Dynasty. Question number 9. Founded in 1912 in Cincinnati, Kudal Products' primary product was used to clean soot from wallpaper. With the transition away from coal heating and this product no longer in demand for cleaning purposes, the company rebranded that product to which children's toy that is still sold today? The answer is Play-Doh. Question number 10. This collection includes the Beatitudes and ends with a contrast between a house built on a rock and a house built on sand. What is the name for the collection of sayings that fills chapters 5, 6, and 7 in the book of Matthew? What is it collectively known as? Those chapters tell the story of the Sermon on the Mount. Question number 11. This planet's equator is home to an elevated region known as the Tharsis Bulge, which is located near the Valles Marineris. Which planet was visited by the Viking probes and is home to the highest mountain in the solar system, the extinct volcano Olympus Mons? That planet is Mars. Question number 2. Everyone knows that Saturn has the most prominent and easily seen rings thought to be pieces of comets, asteroids, or shattered moons that broke up before they reached the planet. But how many other planets in our solar system have rings or sets of rings surrounding them? In our solar system, there are 4 total, so Saturn plus 3 others. Question 13. Approximately 7,000 kilometers in length, this continuous geographic trench is a rich source of anthropological finds that runs from Lebanon in Asia to Mozambique in Southeast Africa. The deepest part of what trench system can be found in Kenya's capital city of Nairobi? What do they call that area? The answer is the Great Rift Valley. Question 14. The Kiel Canal bypasses Kattegat Bay and Skagerrak Strait to connect this sea to the North Sea. Germany and Poland are on its southern shore. What is this sea bordered by Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, its namesake states, as well as Finland and Sweden? Those first 3 are known as Baltic states. The answer is the Baltic Sea. Question 15. Its major armed rebel group is the FARC, whose leader Alfonso Cano was killed in November of 2011. Pablo Escobar's infamous drug cartel in the 1980s was based in which South American country? The answer is Colombia. Question number 16. Since its inception in 1954, Sports Illustrated magazine has featured 4 U.S. presidents on its cover, including John F. Kennedy in 1960 and Gerald Ford when he was vice president in 1974. What other 2 presidents were featured since then? The answer is Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton. Question 17. According to Britannica, an island is a mass of land that is both entirely surrounded by water and also smaller than a continent. By that definition, Australia can't be an island because it's already a continent. Since it isn't number 1, what is the biggest island in the world? The biggest island in the world is Greenland. Question 18. He succeeded his grandfather as king during the 7 Years' War, and although he won that war, the resulting debt led Parliament to pass the Stamp Act of 1765. Who was this mad king of Great Britain who lost the American colonies in the Revolutionary War? The answer is George III. Question 19. This president had a group of friends and advisors called the Kitchen Cabinet. This victor at the Battle of New Orleans forced the removal of the Cherokee from their land by signing the Indian Removal Act. Who was this man nicknamed Old Hickory, the 7th president of the USA? The answer is Andrew Jackson. And question 20. What was the title of the 1959 Broadway musical and its 1965 film version that was based on the real-life story of the Baroness Maria Augusta von Trapp, who was supposed to become a nun, but instead became the stepmother and matriarch of the Trapp family singers? The answer is The Sound of Music. Question number 1. To avoid execution by King Shahryar, what woman tells him a different story each night but always ends with a cliffhanger? Her name was Scheherazade. Question number 2. The founding document of Plymouth Colony was a compact signed aboard what ship that carried the colonists across the Atlantic? The answer is the Mayflower. Question number 3. His most famous work depicts the travels of the title captain to various fantastical lands, including Glubbdubdrib. Who was this Irish author of Gulliver's Travels? The answer is Jonathan Swift. Question number 4. What is the name of the work by Pablo Picasso created to bring the world notice to the bombings during the Spanish Civil War? The answer, Guernica. Question number 5. Its lead singer is Rivers Cuomo. What is the name of this band whose songs include Beverly Hills, Troublemaker, and Say It Ain't So? The answer is Weezer. Question number 6. This planet is less dense than water. What is the name of this second largest planet in our solar system, the sixth from the Sun? The answer is Saturn. Question number 7. After the departure of Philip Augustus of France, what man led the Christian armies in the Third Crusade, during which he achieved peace with Saladin? The answer is Richard I. Question number 8. The Mighty Handful, which included Alexander Borodin and Mily Balakarev, was a group of nationalist composers from what nation? The answer is Russia. Question number 9. What is the name of the fictional location whose inhabitants include the mysterious Heffalump and the boy Christopher Robin? The answer is the 100-Acre Wood. Question number 10. What currency was established in 1992 by the Treaty of Maastricht and is now used by 17 nations including Spain, Italy, and Ireland? The answer is the euro. Question number 11. What is the name of the geographical feature on Mars that is the largest known volcano and largest known mountain in our entire solar system? The answer is Olympus Mons. Question number 12. What is the metallic element that makes up much of the Earth's core, whose atomic number is 26 and whose atomic symbol is Fe? The answer is iron. Question 13. Many people associate this type of work with sad endings. Aristotle wrote that what type of literature uses pity and fear to achieve catharsis? The answer is a tragedy. Question 14. Temperature and precipitation are the abiotic factors that determine the size of what major ecosystems, like the desert and the tropical rainforest? What's the general term for those ecosystems? The answer is a biome. Question number 15. The holder of which office is elected in a conclave of the College of Cardinals and wears the ring of the fisherman, which depicts St. Peter, the first holder of this office? That would be the office of the Pope. Question 16. Henry IV, Louis VIII, and Louis XIV were all members of what French royal house that succeeded the House of Valois? That would be the House of Bourbon. Question 17. The Boxer Rebellion took place during what last Chinese dynasty, which was overthrown in a 1912 revolution? The answer is the Qing dynasty. Question number 18, also known as Three Kings Day. What is the holiday that officially marks the end of the 12 days of Christmas and is the traditional end to the Christmas season? That holiday is Epiphany. Question 19. What is the name of the NASA program whose Mission 11 saw man first walk on the moon? The answer is Apollo. And question 20. What is the name of the self-proclaimed Knight from La Mancha who fights against windmills in a book by Miguel de Cervantes? The answer, Don Quixote. Question number 1. The spacecraft Vega 1 and 2 landed on this body. Due to a runaway greenhouse effect, the average surface temperature on this body is over 700 degrees Kelvin. What is the name of this home to Ishtar Terra, the most similar planet to Earth? The answer is Venus. Question number 2. This organization has had chairmen including Jerome Powell, Janet Yellen, and Ben Bernanke. What is this banking system that serves as the central bank of the U.S. and manages the money supply? The answer is the Federal Reserve. Question number 3. Mondego and Danglars conspired to falsely imprison the title character Edmond Dantes in Chateau d'If in what 1846 Alexandre Dumas novel about a self-made nobleman? That is one of my favorite books and movies. It is The Count of Monte Cristo. Question number 4. What 1798 Samuel Taylor Coleridge poem is about a man on a voyage by ship who, in one impulsive and heinous act, changes the course of his life and death, and who faces an inner struggle over the crime he has committed? That poem is The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Question number 5. The Isthmus of Tehuantepec is located in this nation, whose capital is overlooked by twin volcanoes called Itza and Popo. What country's capital, a city once called Tenectitlan, was the center of the Aztec civilization? The answer is Mexico. Question number 6. The waltz is a dance in 3/4 time with an emphasis on the first beat, and the most typical style is called the Viennese. What is the name of this Austrian composer of the operetta Die Fledermaus, who was known as the Waltz King? The answer is Johann Strauss Jr. Question number 7. Pablo Neruda wrote several elementary poems of this type to common objects. What is the name for this poem of praise, examples of which include John Keats' To a Nightingale and Friedrich Schiller's To Joy? These poems of praise are odes. Ode to Joy, Ode to a Nightingale. Question number 8. This George Bizet opera's plot involves a love triangle between Don Jose, Escamillo, and the title woman, a cigarette factory worker. What is this opera set in Spain that includes a habanera dance? The answer is Carmen. Question number 9. Around the year 1346, the bubonic plague is thought to have spread from China or Central Asia on travelers along what famous trade route named for a valuable Chinese clothing material? They called that route the Silk Road. Question number 10. Among those killed in this work is Giles Corey. In the end of the story, John Proctor refuses to make a false confession and is executed. What is the title of this 1953 play by Arthur Miller about the Salem witch trials? The answer is the Crucible. Question 11. The Egyptians at the Battle of Kadesh were commanded by this pharaoh. What is the name of this son of Seti I that built several statues of his wife, Nefertari, in the Valley of the Queens at Thebes? The answer is Ramesses II, or Ramses the Great. Question number 12. Following the player character of Geralt of Rivia, and based on the book series of the same name, it has expanded to see Henry Cavill play the character in a live-action TV series. What game series is set on a monster-laden unnamed continent that allows players to be a magically enhanced monster hunter? The answer, The Witcher. Question 13. Bill Murray played Dr. Peter Venkman, who joined Harold Ramis's Egon Spengler and Dan Aykroyd's Raymond Stantz to form the Tidal Supernatural Fighting Agency that is featured in what popular film series that began in the 1980s? That film series is Ghostbusters. Question 14. This movie character wants to live with Bonnie instead of going to college. In another story, he plans to rescue his friends from Sunnyside when he learns that Lotso Huggin' Bear is not a kind leader, but rather an evil tyrant. What is the name of this pull-string cowboy? The answer is Woody from Toy Story. Question number 15. Examples include the Sierpinski triangle, which consists of repeating equilateral triangles within a larger triangle. What is the name for these self-similar mathematical constructs that include the Mandelbrot one? The Sierpinski triangle and the Mandelbrot are both fractals. Fractals is the answer. Question 16. The last member of this dynasty was rolled up in a carpet and trampled to death after the sack of Baghdad in 1258. Harun al-Rashid ruled during its political peak. What is the name of this Arabian dynasty that succeeded the Umayyads? That would be the Abbasid Caliphate, or the Abbasids. Question 17. To become a saint in the Catholic Church, a deceased person must be associated with two of these events. What are these actions that can be best described as unexpected events attributed to divine intervention by the saint? They must be associated with two miracles. Question 18. It was located in modern-day Peru and had a system of roads extending out from Machu Picchu. What is the name of this empire that, before being conquered by the Spanish, was ruled by Atahualpa with Huayna Capac? The answer is the Incan Empire. Question 19. This American lawyer and statesman served as the 8th President of the United States from 1837 to 1841. What was the name of this politician who was the first U.S. president that was born as an American citizen? The first U.S. president that was an American citizen, Martin Van Buren. Question 20. Poseidon once produced the spring of the Acropolis by throwing a spear into the ground in a contest to name this city. However, his sister gave which ancient city the olive tree and won the contest? His sister's name was Athena, the city was Athens. Question number 1. The theory of these objects has become connected to theories of mantle plumes, and the original theory came out of the continental drift ideas of Alfred Wegener. What is the name for these shifting sections of the Earth's surface? These shifting sections are called tectonic plates. Question number 2. Plant remains over a long period of time transform into this sedimentary rock. What is the name of this substance which is used to generate electricity after it is mined out of the ground? Don't overthink it. The answer is coal. Question number 3. In one song they sang, "Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home." What is the name of this punk band who, in addition to All the Small Things and Feeling This, recorded Stay Together for the Kids and I Miss You? That band is Blink 182. Question number 4. This holiday commemorates the result of a trial before the Sanhedrin, which was led by Caiaphas. What holiday commemorates the day that Pontius Pilate attempted to prevent rioting by permitting the execution of Jesus Christ? This holiday is now known as Good Friday. Question number 5. Its 114 chapters are called surahs. It literally means the recitation and is said to have been revealed by Gabriel to Muhammad. What divinely ordained religious text is sacred to Muslims? The answer is the Quran. Question number 6. After getting turned down by REM when asked to use their song Shiny Happy People for the television show Friends theme song, Warner Brothers Television wrote the song I'll Be There For You and had what band record it? The answer is the Rembrandts. Question number 7. One of his operas tells the story of a hunchback jester. In another, he depicted Radames's dilemma in choosing between the titular Ethiopian slave girl and his loyalty to Egypt. What is the name of this composer of Rigoletto and Aida? The answer is Giuseppe Verdi. Question number 8. Parts of this continent that are named for 19th century sailors include Palmer Land and Wilkes Land. Vostok is a Russian station on what continent, parts of which are claimed by Norway, Argentina, and New Zealand? Vostok is a Russian station on Antarctica. Question number 9. This nation's expansion to Greece and the Balkan Peninsula was followed by the capture of Constantinople in 1453. What is this empire which dissolved in the early 20th century because of the Young Turk Revolution and its ill-fated alignment with Germany and Austria-Hungary? The answer is the Ottoman Empire. Question number 10. It attempted to cover up Creep's attempt to bug the Democratic Party headquarters. It was uncovered by Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein with the help of Deep Throat. What scandal caused President Nixon to resign following his re-election? The answer is Watergate. Question number 11. This constellation contains the Trapezium cluster and is the site of a late October meteor shower. One of its stars, formerly known as the Amazon star, is Bellatrix, and its brightest stars are Betelgeuse and Rigel. What is the name of this constellation nicknamed the Hunter? The answer is Orion. Question number 12. In the center, a man with a hat sits on a stool with his back facing the viewer. Another man with a hat stares at a man in all white who is leaning down, and a woman with red hair and a red blouse stares at her mug. In what painting showing the Phillies Diner by Edward Hopper? The name of that painting is Nighthawks. Question 13. The Tibesti Mountains are a prominent feature of this desert that also contains sand seas called ergs. The Sahel is the southern border of this desert that covers much of Mauritania, Niger, and Libya. What is the name of this desert that covers most of North Africa? The answer is the Sahara. Question 14. When talking about the creation of animated movies like the early Walt Disney features, what is the name for a set of sketches that are drawn early in the animation process that gives a shot-by-shot outline of what the film should look like? We're looking for the name for that set of sketches that I almost gave away an answer. That tells the story. It is called the storyboard. Question number 15. What is the name of the historical hero in the struggle for Scottish independence that led an insurgent campaign against English occupation in 1297, but in 1305 was betrayed and delivered to the English by John de Menteith? His name was William Wallace. Question 16. Said to have been set forth by the Buddha, the founder of the religion, in his first sermon which he gave after his enlightenment. What is the most common name for the set of 4 teachings which include ones on suffering and on path that leads to the end of suffering. Those 4 teachings are known as the 4 Noble Truths. Question 17. Most importantly, the battle was a significant military blow to France and paved the way for further English conquest and successes. What was the most famous battle of the 100 Years' War that was fought on St. Crispin's Day, 1415, between forces under Charles d'Albret and forces under Henry V? That was the Battle of Agincourt. Question number 18. What is the name of the Richard Wagner opera written in 1840 and premiering in 1843 that sees the title character cursed to spend 7 years at a time at sea until a wife will swear to be true to him? That opera was The Flying Dutchman. Question 19. Although the previous record was an impressive $6 million for a Honus Wagner baseball card, in August of 2022, what baseball player's 1952 Rookie Year baseball card broke all baseball card records when it sold for over $12 million? The most expensive baseball card of all time is the Mickey Mantle rookie card. And question 20. This man is saved by a Portuguese captain after he is enslaved by Moorish pirates. What is the name of this protagonist who plants barley and builds a fortress in order to survive for 28 years on a deserted island? That man and the title of that book was Robinson Crusoe. Question number 1. This man patented a smokeless propellant known as ballistite. Another one of his inventions consisted of diatomaceous earth. What is the name of the scientist who also created dynamite, whose namesake prizes are given out by the Swedish Academy of Sciences? The answer is Alfred Nobel. Question number 2. After the Hindenburg disaster, this gas replaced hydrogen in zeppelins and blimps. Because the speed of sound in this gas is much faster than that in air, inhaling it causes a high-pitched voice. What is the name of this lightest noble gas with atomic number 2? The answer is helium. Question number 3. This poet of the Children's Hour also wrote of a man who saw 2 lamps in the belfry at the Old North Church, indicating that the British were arriving by sea. What is the name of the poet who wrote Paul Revere's Ride as well as The Song of Hiawatha? The answer is Longfellow, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Question number 4. Their lead singer, Chris Martin, was married to Gwyneth Paltrow from 2003 to 2016. Clocks is by what band whose other songs include Strawberry Swing, The Scientist, and Yellow? The name of that band is Coldplay. Question number 5. The 7 heads of the beast described in this book are often interpreted as the succession of 7 Roman emperors during the 1st century. What book of the Bible also describes the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? The answer is Revelation. Question number 6. Prior to the war, the Korean peninsula was divided along what parallel of latitude, with U.S. forces occupying the southern portion and Soviet troops occupying the northern portion? We're looking for what parallel of latitude? It was infamously divided along the 38th parallel. Question number 7. He nominated George Washington for Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, and he later succeeded Washington as President. What is the name of this man who served as Washington's Vice President before becoming President in 1797 himself? The answer is John Adams. Question number 8. In general, this non-conservative force is equal to the normal force times mu, its namesake coefficient, and it converts kinetic energy into internal energy. For a given object, the kinetic variety is less than the static type. What is the name of this force between surfaces that opposes the motion of an object? That force is friction. Question number 9. When Jim gets trapped in a shack near the end of the Mark Twain book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, what is the name of the character who oversees an impractical 3-week rescue mission? That character is Tom Sawyer. Question number 10. He called for the Council of Nicaea and issued the Edict of Milan. He was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, and he established an eastern capital at Byzantium. Who was this Roman emperor who lent his name to the city now called Istanbul? The answer is Constantine I. Question number 11. This artistic movement applies small dots of color onto a canvas to create an image. It is exemplified by George Seurat's Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte. What is the name for this painting technique? The answer is pointillism. Question number 12. Much of their music focused on chivalry and courtly love, typical themes of medieval times. Their talents displaced minstrels at many European courts. What is the term for these musical bards who performed lyrical poetry during the High Middle Ages? The term we're looking for is troubadours. Question number 13, starring Millie Bobby Brown, Noah Schnapp, and Finn Wolfhard. The first season of the Netflix hit series Stranger Things was released on July 15th of 2016. In what decade is the popular show set? This show is set in the 1980s. Question 14. This musical's songs include Iowa Stubborn and 76 Trombones. What is the title of this Meredith Willson musical about the con man Harold Hill, who takes advantage of naive Midwestern townsfolk? The answer is The Music Man. Question 15. He suggested that the city-state should be ruled by philosopher kings in a work that also includes The Allegory of the Cave. What is the name of this teacher of Aristotle who wrote The Republic and several other dialogues featuring his mentor, Socrates? The answer is Plato. Question number 16. The presence of this organelle distinguishes eukaryotes from prokaryotes. This organelle divides into two during mitosis because DNA is found here. What is the name of this information processing area of the cell? The answer is the nucleus. Question 17. This city contains the neo-Gothic votive church, and its Karlskirche is the largest Baroque cathedral north of the Alps. It lies on the Danube, just upriver from Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia. What is the name of this capital city of Austria? The answer is Vienna. Question number 18. The pen name Franklin W. Dixon was used by multiple writers to depict what literary series of adventures about Frank and Joe, teenage boys who solve mysteries in the city of Bayport? Frank and Joe's last name was Hardy. They were the Hardy Boys. Question number 19. In one of this author's stories, Harry fights with his wife Helen over a gangrene infection on his leg. This author also wrote a novella about an admirer of Joe DiMaggio who fights with sharks on his way back to Havana. Who is this author of The Snows of Kilimanjaro and The Old Man and the Sea? The answer is Ernest Hemingway. And question 20. This owner of Bucephalus ensured the fall of his main enemy at the battles of Issus and Gaugamela. What is the name of this son of Philip II, a Macedonian king who was tutored by Aristotle and who defeated Darius III and conquered the Persian Empire? The answer, Alexander the Great. Question number 1. Tchaikovsky used the celesta, a small keyboard instrument, to represent the title figure in what famous dance from the Nutcracker? The answer is the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. Question number 2. Andy Warhol famously produced a diptych based on the face of what actress who starred in Some Like It Hot and The 7-Year Itch? The answer is Marilyn Monroe? Question number 3. Their name is due to their low level of reactivity. What are these elements in group 18 that are found on the right end of the periodic table? The answer is noble gases. Question number 4. Taking place after Charlie inherits the factory, what is the title of the 1972 sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory by Roald Dahl? The answer is Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator. Question number 5. What Greek deity was suckled by the goat Amalthea in his youth and killed his father Cronus with a sickle upon reaching adulthood? The answer is Zeus. Question number 6. What musical artist had hit songs with Edge of Glory and Born This Way in 2011, the latter of which sold 1 million copies in just 5 days on iTunes? The answer, Lady Gaga. Question number 7. Like the German Kaiser, this title is derived from the word Caesar. What is this title given to Russian monarchs from 1547 until 1917? That title is a Tsar. Question number 8. According to a Carl Sandburg poem, what phenomenon comes on little cat feet and it sits looking over harbor and city on silent haunches and then moves on? That phenomenon is fog. Question number 9. What 13th century Italian is the namesake of a sequence of numbers that begins 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, etc., where each number is the sum of the 2 preceding numbers? The answer is Fibonacci. Question number 10. What man became the first person to succeed from U.S. Vice President to U.S. President following the death of William Henry Harrison? The answer, President John Tyler. Question number 11. What is the term that refers to the point on the Earth's surface directly above an earthquake's focus? The answer is the epicenter. Question number 12. What is the shared last name of Mary, the author of Frankenstein, and her husband Percy, who wrote Ode to the West Wind and Adonais? Their last name was Shelley. Question 13. She is one of the virgin goddesses along with Diana and Vesta. Who was this goddess that was the Roman equivalent of Athena? The answer is Minerva. Question number 14. Voting in this country is restricted to cardinals under 80 years old. What is the name of this world's smallest country located entirely within the city of Rome? The answer is Vatican City. Question 15. What was the name of the Babylonian king who created a namesake law code that demanded an eye for an eye? That was the Code of Hammurabi. Hammurabi is the answer. Question 16. It is about twice the size of Earth. The Great Red Spot is the largest known storm in our solar system. Which planet is it on? The answer is Jupiter. Question 17. The Aztecs were defeated by what Spanish conquistador who had taken Montezuma II prisoner? The answer is Hernán Cortés. Question 18. It is translated to English as Day of Atonement. What is the name of this 24-hour complete fast that occurs on the 10th day of the Jewish year? The answer is Yom Kippur. Question number 19. Between Cuba and Puerto Rico lies what island, which is divided between Haiti and the Dominican Republic? That island is the island of Hispaniola. And question 20. King Tut, like other New Kingdom rulers of Egypt, was buried in what appropriately named desert valley on the west bank of the Nile? He was buried in the Valley of the Kings. Question number 1. The title character helps him, while a priest and a Levite merely pass him by. What is the name given to the biblical parable from the book of Luke that tells of a Jew who was beaten and left on the side of the road? You remember this story? It is the parable of the Good Samaritan. Question number 2. One title character originally loves Rosaline, while the other is admired by Paris. The former character seeks assistance from the apothecary and slays Tybalt. What is the name of the Shakespeare play about the children of the feuding Montagues and Capulets? That play is called Romeo and Juliet. Question number 3. In one story by this author, General LaSalle's army saves the narrator from the Inquisition. Another narrator describes a sound like a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. What is the name of this author of The Pit and the Pendulum and The Telltale Heart? The answer is Edgar Allan Poe. Question number 4. While fighting without a weapon, the title character of this work tears an arm from an opponent in the dining hall Heorot, which was built by the Danish king Hrothgar. What is the name of this Old English epic poem about a gate warrior who defeats Grendel? The answer is Beowulf. Question number 5. Although he is not Sun Tzu, this man wrote a 1521 version of The Art of War. Who was this Italian author that used the term virtue to describe a leader's ability to adapt to different circumstances in a work that also discusses how it is better to be feared than loved? That last part is the most important. Better to be feared than loved. That was Machiavelli. Question number 6. The singer of this song states, "Watergate does not bother me," before asking, "Does your conscience bother you?" This song, which had its guitar line sampled by Kid Rock in All Summer Long, refers to what tidal location as a place where the skies are so blue? This tidal location is Sweet Home, Alabama. Question 7. His 6th symphony, nicknamed Pathetic, premiered 9 days before his death. In one of his ballets, the sorcerer von Rothbart curses Odette. Another includes the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. Who was this Russian composer of Swan Lake, the Nutcracker, and the 1812 Overture? The answer is Tchaikovsky. Question number 8. Observers of this holiday often eat jelly-filled donuts called sufganiyot and potato pancakes called latkes. What is this holiday that commemorates the successful revolt against Antiochus, led by Judah Maccabee? This holiday is called Hanukkah. Question number 9. This disease struck the European continent in the early 14th century. What is the name of this disease transmitted by flea bites, which wiped out nearly 1/3 of Europe's population during that time period? The answer is the bubonic plague. Question number 10. These substances are used to fill a tube in thermometers and barometers. They take the shape of their container, but do not expand to fill it, unlike gases. What is the name for this state of matter? I feel like this one's pretty easy. If it's not gases, it's liquids. We know it's not solids. The answer, liquids. Question number 11. Howard Florey and Ernst Chain discovered the therapeutic uses of this drug in 1939. What name is given to this gram-positive antibiotic derived from a namesake fungus to which many bacteria have built a resistance? The answer is penicillin. Question number 12. This process's namesake constant is used in Fick's law and an explanation of Brownian motion. This process in water is called osmosis. What is the name of this process in which the random motion of particles causes them to spread to areas of lower concentration? The answer is Diffusion. Question 13. This actor provided the voice of Garfield in two movies from 2004 and 2006. The animated part of the 2001 movie Osmosis Jones takes place inside the body of what popular actor's character? Osmosis Jones goes inside the body of Bill Murray. Question 14. What is the name of this main character of Les Miserables who serves a prison sentence for stealing a loaf of bread and, after breaking his parole, is chased by Inspector Javert for most of the novel? The main character of Les Mis is Jean Valjean. Question number 15. This man's reign began with the Streltsy Revolt instigated by his half-sister Sophia. He passed a law which required all men to either cut their beards or pay a tax. What was the name of this Tsar who established Russia as a dominant European power? The answer is Peter the Great, or Peter the First. Question 16. This ruler built the Hagia Sophia, and his general, Belisarius, put down the Nika riots. Who was this Byzantine emperor that created his namesake law code in the 6th century CE? He was known as Justinian the Great. Question 17. One of this city's most famous attractions features Tritons leading hippocampi and the shell chariot of this central figure Oceanus. What is this city whose other attractions include the Spanish Steps, the Trevi Fountain, and the Colosseum? The answer is Rome. Question 18. What is the name of this pop artist whose studio was known as The Factory, who famously produced silkscreen depictions of everyday objects like green Coca-Cola bottles and Campbell's soup cans? His name was Andy Warhol. Question 19. This painting's models were the painter's dentist and his sister, Nan. What is the name of this 1930 regionalist Grant Wood work that depicts a woman and her pitchfork-holding father? What was the name of that painting? Grant Wood's most famous work was called American Gothic. Question 20. In an elastic collision, both momentum and this quantity are conserved. It equals 1/2 times mass times velocity squared. What is the name of this energy of objects in motion contrasted with the potential type? Don't overthink it. If it's not the potential type of energy, it is the kinetic type of energy. Kinetic is the answer. Question number 1. Jean-Francois Champollion deciphered it in 1822. What is the name of this artifact carved in a basalt tablet and written in 3 languages, which permitted linguists to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics for the first time in modern history? This artifact is known as the Rosetta Stone. Question number 2. In February of 1945, U.S. Marines from the 3rd Platoon, E Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Regiment of the 5th Division take the crest of Mount Suribachi, the highest peak and most strategic position of what island, and famously raise the U.S. flag? That was on Iwo Jima. Question number 3. A common use of marble in both ancient and modern times is in this type of popular sculpture that depicts a person's head, neck, and usually part of the upper body. What term is used for these statues? These statues are called busts. Question number 4. This author wrote The Galoshes of Fortune, in which the title objects made their wearers' wishes come true. What was the name of this Danish author who also wrote Thumbelina and the Ugly Duckling? The answer is Hans Christian Andersen. Question number 5. What is the title of the song adapted from a Robert Burns poem which begins, "Should auld acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind," that is often sung on New Year's Eve? The answer is Auld Lang Syne. Question number 6. The 12th and final studio album by the English rock band The Beatles shared its name with which song, written by Paul McCartney, that has a chorus featuring the phrase said when Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom? What is the name of that song and the album? It's the same thing. And the answer is Let It Be. Question number 7. Symphony number 5 in C minor, or Fifth Symphony, opens with a short, 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 long motif, which is often compared to fate knocking at the door. What is the name of the German composer of this work? You know the one. Bum, 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 bum. Ludwig van Beethoven. Question number 8. It is found south of the Yukon and across the Rocky Mountains from Alberta. What is the name of this westernmost province of Canada that has the cities Vancouver, Surrey, and Burnaby? The answer is British Columbia. Question number 9. Unlike other woodwinds, it lacks a reed. It comes in end-blown and side-blown varieties. What is the name of this common woodwind instrument whose varieties include the piccolo and the bansuri? The name of this instrument is the flute. Question number 10. Its brightest star is its Epsilon star, Caus Australis, found in its Milk Dipper or Teapot asterism. What is the name of this constellation found between Ophiuchus and Capricorn, which depicts an archer? The archer is Sagittarius. Question number 11. There are two main divisions in this religion, Theravada and Mahayana. What is the name of this religion that began sometime in the 5th century BC when Siddhartha Gautama achieved nirvana? The answer is Buddhism. Question number 12. It is located on the south shore of Port Jackson, which is spanned by a namesake harbor bridge. Suburbs of this city can be found on the coast of Botany Bay. What is the name of this city on the coast of New South Wales, the largest in Australia? The name of that city is Sydney. Question 13. The third game in this series saw first use of the spin attack technique. A common theme in this game is the protagonist's attempts to rescue the title princess and reunite the Triforce. What video game series includes versions subtitled A Link to the Past and The Ocarina of Time? Those are both versions of the Zelda video games. Question 14. Prompted in part by her daughters, Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie, who were big fans of the show, which member of the British royal family appeared on the TV sitcom Friends in the episode The One with Ross's Wedding? That would be the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson. Question 15. Carthage engaged in these three wars against Rome. Hannibal led Carthaginian troops in the second of these wars, and Rome destroyed Carthage after the third of these wars. What name was given to this series of wars fought between 264 and 146 BC? Those are known as the Punic Wars. Question 16. This artist of La Demoiselle d'Avignon painted The Old Guitarist during his Blue period. What is the name of this popular Spanish artist of Guernica who co-founded Cubism? The answer is Pablo Picasso. Question 17. This figure slew the guardian of the cedar forest, Humbaba, and the bull of heaven with Enkidu. What is the name of this king of Uruk and hero of an ancient Mesopotamian epic? A lot of strange names in there. This Mesopotamian epic is called the Epic of Who? The Epic of Gilgamesh. Question number 18. He generalized Edward Jenner's work with smallpox immunity to develop vaccines for anthrax and rabies. What is the name of this French scientist who engineered a namesake process to destroy microorganisms in milk and other food products? That process is called pasteurization. He is Louis Pasteur. Question number 19. Memorialized in a 2016 Mark Wahlberg film with the same name, on April 20th, 2010, this oil rig exploded off the coast of Louisiana, killing 11 workers. What was the name of this drilling rig and platform which burned for 36 hours before finally sinking? This oil rig and the movie were called Deepwater Horizon. And question 20. It intended to deliver troops under the Duke of Parma across the English Channel, but it lost many vessels when attempting to sail around the British Isles in poor weather. What is the name of this fleet of over 130 ships assembled by Philip II of Spain? The answer is the Spanish Armada. Question number 1. What is the name of this son of Cronus and Rhea who wields a trident in his role as the Greek god of the sea? The answer is Poseidon. Question number 2. This number is 10 to the 100th power. What is the term for this number that was coined by Milton Serrata when he was 9 years old? The answer is Google. Question number 3. What is the title of the George Bernard Shaw play adapted into the musical My Fair Lady, where Henry Higgins teaches a Cockney flower girl to speak like a lady? The answer is Pygmalion. Question number 4. The battles of Long Island and Saratoga occurred during which war, which was ended when the French and American forces surrounded Cornwallis at Yorktown? That was the American Revolutionary War. Question number 5. The Trojan War started after Paris won the love of what woman, the most beautiful woman in the world? The face that launched 1,000 ships, the answer is Helen of Troy. Question number 6. It consists of 3 lines with 5, 7, and then 5 syllables. What is the name for this form of Japanese poetry? That is called a haiku. Question number 7. What kind of gigantic stellar explosion with official designation 2003 FG reached 2 solar masses before exploding and was given the nickname Champagne? That was the Champagne supernova. Question number 8. What is the name of the art movement featuring bizarre juxtapositions, whose artists include René Magritte and Salvador Dali? The answer is Surrealism. Question number 9. What is the name of the country where coalition forces headed by the United States and the United Kingdom overthrew Saddam Hussein? The answer is Iraq. Question number 10. What is the name for the physical concept that refers to a turning backwards of a light ray as it comes into contact with a surface, like that of a mirror? That concept is reflection. Question number 11. What is the name of the Scottish scientist who discovered penicillin when he found that bacteria would not grow around the penicillium mold? The answer, Alexander Fleming. Question number 12. Most easily seen during a solar eclipse. What is the name for the outermost part of the sun's atmosphere that is the source of the solar wind? What's the name for the outermost part of the sun's atmosphere visible during an eclipse? The answer is the corona. Question 13. What is the title of the 1872 Jules Verne novel in which Phileas Fogg makes a bet at the Reform Club? He made a bet that he could go around the world in 80 days. Question 14. What was the name of the New England colony that was settled by a group of pilgrims who celebrated the first Thanksgiving? The name of that colony was Plymouth. Question 15. The Rig Veda describes how which Hindu thunder god defeated Vritra to give back water to the world? This Hindu thunder god was Indra. Question 16. Fidel Castro led a communist revolution on what island that is now home to the U.S. Navy bases at Guantanamo Bay? That island is Cuba. Question 17. For Whom the Bell Tolls is a novel by Ernest Hemingway published in 1940. What country is this novel set in? The answer, Spain. Question 18. During it, Muslims are not supposed to eat from dawn until sunset. What is this 9th month of the Islamic year? The answer is Ramadan. Question 19. In the 1888 poem Casey at the Bat by Ernest Thayer, for which city's baseball team did the slugger Casey play for? He played for the Mudville Nine. Mudville is the answer. And question 20, the longest river in Europe. What is the name of this Russian river that flows through central Russia to southern Russia and into the Caspian Sea? The answer is the Volga. Alright, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's episode of RoadTripVia. Check back tomorrow. We're back on the road with day 23, which is a full-length trivia quiz. We've got a full week coming up. If you're not already subscribed to this channel and you'd like to be reminded of when these quizzes pop up, please do so right now. Here is question 21, the tiebreaker for today. Las Vegas was founded as a city when 110 acres of land were auctioned off by the railroad company. What year was the city of Las Vegas first settled? Las Vegas was founded and settled in 1905. It wasn't officially incorporated until 1911 though. So if you said 1905, you're 100% right. Whoever got closest wins the tiebreaker. And if you said 1911, that's pretty good too. See you tomorrow. Good luck. Question number 1. Responsible for guarding the gates to the underworld, what was the three-headed dog that prevented those that were dead from escaping, as well as kept the living from going there without the permission of Hades? The answer is Cerberus. Question number 2. The so-called blind spot occurs where the optic nerves leave this structure in the human eye. What is the name of this structure at the back of the eye, which is rich in photoreceptors? The answer is the retina. Question number 3. After being ransomed from pirates, this man captured his kidnappers and crucified them. Who was this Roman general that at the Battle of Alesia defeated Vercingetorix and conquered Gaul? The answer is Julius Caesar. Question number 4. The last book of the Chronicles of Prydain series, The High King, won the Newbery Medal in 1969. What was the title of the second book in the series by Lloyd Chudley Alexander that is used to create an army of undead soldiers? What is the title object of the second book? The answer is The Black Cauldron. Question number 5. This Austrian child prodigy's later symphonies include Linz and Prague, and his 41st and final symphony was nicknamed Jupiter. What Austrian composer left a Requiem Mass unfinished at his death? The answer is Mozart. Question number 6. This Edvard Grieg piece opens very quietly, with the melody in the cellos and bassoons. What is the name of this piece in B minor, which depicts Peer Gynt carefully walking through the title place before being chased by trolls? The answer is In the Hall of the Mountain King. Question number 7. This holiday and Yom Kippur are known as the High Holy Days. One of the main holidays of Judaism is what New Year celebration, which features delicious foods like apples and honey? The answer is Rosh Hashanah. Question number 8. There's only one New York NFL team, even though 2 other teams claim the state in their team name. What is the name of the only NFL team that plays its home games in the U.S. state of New York? The Jets and the Giants play in New Jersey. The Buffalo Bills play their games in New York. Question number 9. Pedro Cabral's claim of Brazil was backed by what 1494 treaty between King Ferdinand of Spain and King John II of Portugal, which granted colonization rights of new lands east of a certain meridian to Portugal? We're looking for the name of the treaty. From 1494. The answer is the Treaty of Tordesillas. Question number 10. It is named after a lake to its southeast, which is the world's oldest and deepest freshwater lake. What is the name of this mountain range that is the source of the Lena River? That lake is Lake Baikal. It is the Baikal Mountains. Question number 11. Less than a month after David Farragut's victory at Mobile Bay, which southern city fell to William Tecumseh Sherman, who used this Georgia city as the start point for his March to the Sea? That city was the city of Atlanta. Question number 12. This novel begins with the protagonist blaming the black kitten, the offspring of Dinah, for the whole thing. In this novel, the protagonist plays a massively scaled chess game with the Red Queen. What is this sequel to Alice's Adventures in Wonderland? The answer is Through the Looking Glass. Question 13. He plays Robin Hood with Joe Harper. He gets trapped in McDougal's cave with Becky Thatcher, where he sees Injun Joe hiding. Before that, what literary character had persuaded his friends to whitewash a fence for him? The answer, Tom Sawyer. Question 14. The number 7 featured in the names of every vehicle used, including Friendship 7, flown by John Glenn, and Freedom 7, flown by Alan Shepard, the first American in space. What was the name of NASA's first manned spaceflight project, named for the Roman messenger god? You probably remember Mercury 7. The answer, Mercury. Question 15. He wrote a novel in which O'Brien sends Winston Smith to room 101 in the dystopian state of Oceania. In another novel, the death of Old Major results in a power struggle between Snowball and Napoleon, who represent Trotsky and Stalin. Who is this author of 1984 and Animal Farm? The answer is George Orwell. Question 16. What is the term that starts with an S that refers to the belief of several Asian religions, including Buddhism, in a cycle of life, death, and reincarnation? which ends with nirvana for Buddhists? The term we're looking for starts with an S. The answer is samsara. And question 17. This heaviest naturally existing noble gas decays into other radioactive elements such as polonium. What is the name of this element that is an indoor pollutant linked to many cases of lung cancer? This indoor pollutant is radon. Question 18. Lesotho is completely surrounded by this country, which was governed by an apartheid regime before it elected Nelson Mandela president in 1994. Pretoria and Cape Town are two capitals of what country at the lowest extremity of the African continent? Boy, that last sentence should give it away. At the southern part of the African continent is South Africa. Question 19. This state contains the Tongass National Forest and the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. The Alexander Archipelago is on one side of its Inside Passage. On the other side is this state's panhandle. The Brooks Range is an extension of the Rocky Mountains into what U.S. state? That is up in the state of Alaska. And question 20. A famous example is Spaceship Earth at the Epcot Center at the Walt Disney World Resort in Florida. What is the term for the three-dimensional type of a sphere or dome that contains many triangles on its surface and many great circles going around it? That is called a geodesic, as in a geodesic sphere or geodesic dome. Question number 1. This man came to power through the coup of 18 Brumaire. His forces defeated the Prussians at Jena and the combined Russian and Austrian forces at Austerlitz. What man spent the last years of his life exiled on the island of St. Helena? The answer is Napoleon Bonaparte. Question number 2. An agreement this figure made with God is symbolized by the rainbow. He was the son of Lamech and had 3 sons, Japheth, Ham, and Shem. To confirm that one of his jobs was complete, what man sent a dove to check for dry land? He was checking for dry land to know if he could get off of his ark. The answer is Noah. Question number 3. Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night is a 1951 poem in the form of a villanelle by this Welsh poet and is one of his best-known works. What is the name of the man who suggests strongly that we rage against the dying of the light? The answer, Dylan Thomas. Question number 4. Although he failed to solve the Iran hostage crisis, he helped negotiate peace between Egypt and Israel at the Camp David Accords. What is the name of this Georgia-born U.S. president succeeded by Ronald Reagan? The answer, Jimmy Carter. Question number 5. The Great Gatsby takes place in this city where Percy Jackson visits the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This city is where Stuart Little races boats in Central Park. What is the name of this city in which the Harlem Renaissance took place? That city was New York City. Question number 6. Seventh-day Adventists reserve this practice for adults, though in most Christian denominations it is primarily for infants. What is this Christian initiation sacrament in which participants are sprinkled with or immersed in water? This practice is called baptism. Question number 7. This man was the first to take the title Tsar. What man's many cruel actions, including massacring the inhabitants of the city of Novgorod and, during a period of madness, killing his own son? There's a reason he got the nickname The Terrible, Ivan the Terrible, or Ivan the Fourth. Question number 8. Train travelers leaving Moscow on the famous Trans-Siberian Railway will eventually arrive in this port city on the Sea of Japan, the largest Russian port for the Pacific Ocean. What is this city whose name is Russian for ruler of the East? The answer is Vladivostok. Question number 9. The Suez Canal was built across one of these landforms, separating the Red and the Mediterranean Seas. What is the term for these narrow strips of land that connect larger land masses, another of which is the country of Panama? These skinny strips of land that connect larger land masses are called an isthmus. Question number 10. Haumea, found in 2003, and Makemake, found in 2005, are two examples found in the Kuiper Belt. Eris and, since 2006, Pluto are what type of celestial body that is smaller than a true planet? If it's not quite a true planet, it is a dwarf planet. Question number 11. The parts of this organelle are assembled at nucleoli, and when bound to a membrane, these create the rough ER. Codons are translated at this organelle where tRNA and mRNA meet. What is the name of this organelle that is the site of protein synthesis? A little brainy Tuesday for you today. The answer is ribosomes. Question number 12. The basaltic type is hottest, forms due to partial melting in the mantle, and flows fastest. Once any type reaches the planet's surface, it is known as lava. What is the name for this molten rock which forms beneath volcanoes? If it's above ground, it's called lava, but if it's underground, it is referred to as magma. Question 13. Supermassive Black Hole by the English band Muse appeared in the soundtrack of this movie based on a Stephenie Meyer book. What is the title of this 2008 film that follows Bella Swan as she begins her relationship with Edward Cullen? The answer is Twilight. Question number 14. A group from Muskogee, Oklahoma is believed to be the first to produce and sell these items popularly sold as a fundraiser for an organization founded by Juliet Gordon Low in 1912. What are these specific baked goods sold in varieties such as Thin Mints and Samoas? Juliet Gordon Low found the Girl Scouts. These are Girl Scout cookies. Question 15. Lichens consist of algae and a member of this kingdom, whose species reproduce through spores and have hyphaea bodies with chitin cell walls. What is the name of this kingdom of important decomposers like molds, yeasts, and mushrooms? The answer is fungi, or fungus. Question 16. One king of this name had his ministers Thomas Cromwell and Thomas More executed. The seventh king of this name founded the Tudor dynasty after he won the Battle of Bosworth Field. His son, of what name, left the Catholic Church so that he could divorce Catherine of Aragon and marry Anne Boleyn. That name is Henry. Question 17. Marshal Tito was the leader of this country, part of which became Serbia and Montenegro after both Croatia and Slovenia declared independence. What was the name of this Balkan nation that broke apart in the early 1990s? The answer is Yugoslavia. Question number 18. This nation overthrew Albania's King Zog. A major event in the unification of this nation was the Expedition of the Thousand, and its first king after unification was Victor Emmanuel II. What was this European nation that in 1935 invaded Ethiopia? That nation was Italy. Question 19. The first people to sign up for this program were Harry and Bess Truman. What is the name of the federal health insurance program enacted in 1965 as part of Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society that is primarily designed for the persons over the age of 65? The answer is Medicare. And question 20. This nation and Uzbekistan are the only double landlocked countries in the world, and it is the wealthiest per capita German-speaking country. What is this principality between Switzerland and Austria with a capital Vaduz? The answer is Liechtenstein. Question 1. There are only 4 teams in the NFL that, since the inception of the Super Bowl, have never even made it to the game, let alone won it. The AFC has 3, the Jaguars, the Texans, and the Browns, but the NFC only has 1. Which NFC team is the only one to have never made it to the Super Bowl? The only NFC to never make it is the Detroit Lions. And question 2. His competitors include Mr. Prodnose, Mr. Fickelgruber, and Arthur Slugworth. What is the name of this famous factory owner from a 1964 children's novel that was written by British author Roald Dahl? The answer is Willy Wonka. Question number 3. The first person to undergo this process was Ulrich of Augsburg. What is the name given to this procedure whereby a deceased person is added to the list of saints recognized by the Catholic Church? What is the name of that procedure? That is known as canonization. Question number 4. In this poem, an Abyssinian maid sings of Mount Abora. What is this Samuel Taylor Coleridge poem, completed in 1797 and published in 1816, named after a Mongol leader who resided in Xanadu? The answer is Kubla Khan. Question number 5. This book's protagonist runs off with his baby brother Gabe to avoid punishment by release. What is the title of this 1993 novel about a receiver of memories named Jonas that was written by Lois Lowry? I remember reading this in school. I did not care for it. It was called The Giver. Question number 6. This piece includes the tune Land of Hope and Glory. What is the title of this military march composed by Sir Edward Elgar in 1904 that is most famous for its use as a processional march at graduation ceremonies? It is known as Pomp and Circumstance. Question number 7. What is the title of the 1886 Gothic novella by Scottish author Robert Louis Stevenson that follows Gabriel John Utterson, a London-based legal practitioner who investigates a series of strange occurrences between his old friend Henry and a murderous criminal named Edward? You'll know it if I use their last names. Henry Jekyll and Edward Hyde. It was Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Question number 8. The island of Marajo is located at the mouth of what river, which was named by Spanish conquistador Francisco de Orellano for the warrior women of Greek mythology? Looking for the name of the river. The answer is the Amazon. Question number 9. Lewis defined these substances as acceptors of electron pairs. Strong examples of these substances include nitric and sulfuric, which fit the Bronsted-Lowry model as donors of hydrogen ions and turn blue litmus paper red. What is the name for these substances with pH lower than 7? These substances are called acids. Question number 10. One folk hero from this nation, Ned Kelly, killed policemen at Stringy Bar Creek. The Rum Rebellion in this nation stripped William Bligh of his governorship. What is this nation where Arthur Phillip established a penal colony for the British Empire? The answer is Australia. Question number 11. Because they cannot reproduce by themselves, they are not considered true living things. What is the name given to these infectious agents that cause, among other diseases, the flu and the common cold? The answer is viruses. Question number 12. The first part of this method can equal 1 but cannot equal 10. What is the name of this method of expressing any number as a number from 1 to 10 multiplied by a power of 10? If you say 2 to the 10th power or 3 to the 10th power, you are using scientific notation. Question 13, starring Woody Harrelson, Jesse Eisenberg, and Emma Stone. What is the name of the 2009 film whose main characters are named for the cities where they survive, following the apocalypse which created the title place? That movie was called Zombieland. Question 14. One of his characters has always depended on the kindness of strangers. That character is institutionalized by Stanley Kowalski. What is the name of this author of The Glass Menagerie, who created Blanche Dubois in A Streetcar Named Desire? The answer is Tennessee Williams. Question 15. He was the first recorded legislator of Athens in ancient Greece. What was the name of this Athenian who created Athens' first constitution, whose harshness gave rise to a word meaning marked by extreme severity or cruelty? The word we're talking about is draconian. His name was Draco. Question 16. The 2022 competition was held at the Marco Simone Golf and Country Club located minutes from the center of Rome, Italy. What is this biennial competition that pits the top male professional golfers from the US against Europe's best? The answer is the Ryder Cup. Question 17. This novel sees 5 U.S. Civil War prisoners of war escape in a balloon and crash land on a South Pacific island. What is the title of this sequel to 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which takes place on Lincoln Island? That novel is called The Mysterious Island. Question 18. This man fought Huascar during the War of the Two Brothers. What is the name of this ruler who was strangled at the hands of Spanish conquistadors and who lost his capital of Cuzco to the Spanish when he failed to fill a room with gold? The answer is Atahualpa. Question 19. The Potomac and James rivers flow into this body of water. What is the name of this bay that separates the Delmarva Peninsula from the Virginia Tidewater that is famous for its blue crabs? This bay is the Chesapeake Bay. And question 20, a pillow form of this substance forms underwater. This substance can be classified, depending on the smoothness of its surface, as aa or pahoehoe. What is this substance that accumulates around a vent to form a cinder cone and it solidifies to form igneous rock? The answer is lava. Question number 1. Many of them begin with a line about a man from Nantucket. What name is given to poems with the rhyme scheme AABBA? Those are called limericks. Question number 2. This god weighs the heart of the dead against Mot's feather. Who is this jackal-headed Egyptian god of mummification? The answer is Anubis. Question number 3. Hampstead Heath and Kensington Gardens are parks in which city that is served by the Jubilee Line, Piccadilly Line, and Victoria Line of its subway system? The answer, London, England. Question number 4. Holden Caulfield is the protagonist of what 1951 J.D. Salinger novel titled after Holden's incorrect recollection of a Burns poem? That novel is called The Catcher in the Rye. Question number 5. Both Catch-22 by Joseph Heller and Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut were set during which war? The answer, World War II. Question number 6. Tiger Woods was born December 30th, 1975. What is Tiger Woods' actual first name? It doesn't say Tiger on his birth certificate, it says Eldrick. Question number 7. What is the creature from the swamps of Lerna that grew 2 heads every time one was cut off, until Heracles cauterized its necks? That was the Hydra, the Lernaean Hydra. Question number 8. Mount Fuji is located on what island, the largest of Japan's 4 main islands and the southern neighbor of Hokkaido? The answer, Honshu. Question number 9. It can be used to find the hypotenuse of a certain kind of triangle. What is the name of this mathematical theorem that states a squared plus b squared equals c squared? The answer, the Pythagorean theorem. Question number 10. What is the title of the book written by Adolf Hitler, the Nazi leader who became German Chancellor in 1933 while he was in prison? The book he wrote while in prison was called Mein Kampf, or My Struggle. Question number 11. The space probes Ulysses and New Horizons each had a flyby of this planet. What is the name of this largest planet in our solar system? The answer is Jupiter. Question number 12. The legendary Lorelei sat on a rock by what river that forms the border between France and Germany before flowing into the North Sea? In the legend of Lorelei, which river did she sit by? The answer is the Rhine River. Question 13. In 2011, what artist topped the country music charts with songs titled God Gave Me You and Honeybee, and was also one of the 4 coaches on NBC's The Voice? The answer is Blake Shelton. Question 14. Eliza crosses the Ohio River from this border state into Ohio. The novel Uncle Tom's Cabin begins on the Shelby Farm in what U.S. state? The answer is Kentucky. Question number 15. People such as Elizabeth Cady Stanton campaigned for what right, which was guaranteed nationally in America by the 19th Amendment? The answer is women's suffrage, or women's right to vote. Question 16. Who was the Norse father of Magni and Modi that wears the belt Meginjard to wield his hammer Mjolnir? The answer is Thor. Question 17. What is the title of the Roald Dahl book where a child and a variety of animals live in the tidal large piece of fruit, which floats him across the Atlantic Ocean to New York City? The answer is James and the Giant Peach. Question 18. Which mountain range lies just to the west of the city of Yekaterinburg and is often considered the dividing line between Europe and Asia? The answer is the Ural Mountains. Question 19. 1719's Robinson Crusoe was written by what English author who also wrote 1722's Moll Flanders and Colonel Jack? The answer is Daniel Defoe. And question 20. The delicious Viceroy butterfly uses the defense mechanism mimicry to appear like what other black and orange butterfly that is poisonous to eat? The answer is the monarch butterfly. And full disclosure, I don't know if the Viceroy butterfly is delicious. I just assume it's more edible than the monarch because the monarch is poisonous and the Viceroy isn't. So it may or may not be delicious, but it definitely uses mimicry to appear like the monarch butterfly. That's all I have. Question number 1. This event was ended by a legion of foreign troops from 8 countries. What was the name of this 1900 rebellion supported by the Dowager Empress Cixi and carried out by the Fists of Righteous Harmony, who practiced the namesake fighting style? It was called the Boxer Rebellion. Question number 2. Among this man's advice is that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. What is the name of this literary character created by Arthur Conan Doyle, a master of deduction who first appeared in A Study in Scarlet? The answer: Sherlock Holmes. Question number 3. The date on which it occurred will live in infamy. According to a Franklin Roosevelt speech, the USS Arizona Memorial is dedicated to over 1,100 Americans killed during what event? The answer is Pearl Harbor. Question number 4. Sigmund Freud's 1920 essay, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, discusses this adaptive element of the human mind holding us back from primal urges. What is the name of this element, often grouped with the ego and the id? The answer is the superego. Question number 5. This city was designed by the French architect Pierre L'Enfant, and the Anacostia River flows across the eastern side of this city, whose orange and blue metro lines pass through Foggy Bottom. What U.S. city is encircled by a beltway that crosses Montgomery County, Maryland, and then enters Virginia? That city, Washington, D.C. Question number 6. 12 of this composer's 106 symphonies were composed in London. The Andante movement of What Man's Surprise Symphony is based on the theme of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. This composer was Joseph Haydn. Question number 7. This dual monarchy started World War I when it invaded Serbia. Along with Germany and the Ottoman Empire, what was this main member of the Central Powers? Remember, it's a dual monarchy. The answer is Austria-Hungary. Question number 8. Many of the Italian painter Titian's works, including The Crowning with Thorns and The Virgin with the Rabbit, are located in what Parisian gallery that also contains the Mona Lisa? The answer is the Louvre. Question number 9. There are 46 of these structures inside the nucleus of a normal human body cell. What is the name for these coiled DNA structures whose X and Y types form the 23rd pair? The answer is chromosomes. Question number 10. This man began his career drawing political cartoons during the Korean War and wrote the Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue. What is the name of this versatile author whose poetry anthologies include Falling Up and A Light in the Attic? The answer, Shel Silverstein. Question number 11. The Jefferson administration sent a Corps of Discovery to explore the new territories. The expedition traveled up the Missouri River and crossed the northern Rockies under the leadership of what two men? The answer, Lewis and Clark. Question number 12. She later turned this daughter of Idmon of Colophon into a spider. Athena had become irate when what mortal wove a flawless tapestry showing the transgressions of the gods? The answer is Arachne. Question number 13. It features a love triangle between Marius, Eponine, and Cosette. What is this French work that includes a lengthy description of the Battle of Waterloo, in which Thénardier claims to save the life of Marius Pontmercy's father? The answer is Les Miserables. Question number 14. After the reaping, she volunteers to take her sister Primrose's place. Her tumultuous relationship with Peeta continues and changes throughout Catching Fire and Mockingjay. What is the name of the protagonist of Suzanne Collins' Hunger Games series? Her name, Katniss Everdeen. Question 15. This son of Jeb and Newt was cut into 14 pieces that were scattered throughout the country by his brother. His wife revived him after she and Nephthys found 13 of those pieces. Who is this husband of Isis and the Egyptian god of the dead? The husband of Isis was Osiris. Question 16. King George II supposedly stood during the 1743 London premiere. It includes the line, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and notes, He shall reign forever and ever. What is the name of this choral excerpt from Handel's oratorio, Messiah, named for its opening word of praise? It starts off with Hallelujah. It is the Hallelujah Chorus. Question 17. One of this empire's rulers had the Sankore Mosque built in Timbuktu and caused a dramatic decrease in the price of gold by giving away vast amounts of the metal on his Hajj to Mecca. What is this West African empire that was once ruled by Mansa Musa? The answer is the Mali Empire. Question 18. Pi is sometimes known as the constant of this ancient Greek mathematician, and solids that have two types of faces are named after him, just as solids with one type of face are named after Plato. The answer, Archimedes. The constant of Archimedes. Question 19. This modern state's panhandle was crossed by the Cimarron Cutoff, a branch of the Santa Fe Trail. White settlers who anticipated an 1889 decision to open its land to homesteaders gave what U.S. state its nickname, the Sooner State? The Sooner State is the state of Oklahoma. And question 20. This story ends with the main character meeting a group of children and swimming in a garden after being surprised by his reflection. A bird is rejected for being too big and looking like a turkey in what Hans Christian Andersen story about a character who grows up to become a swan? That story was The Ugly Duckling. Question number 1. This fantasy world contains Cruels, who follow the White Witch. What is the name of this fictional world visited by the 4 Pevensie children in a series of C.S. Lewis books that includes The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? This C.S. Lewis fantasy world was called Narnia. Question 2. This man postulated that people behave the way they do because of repressed childhood feelings. What is the name of this founder of psychoanalysis who described wish fulfillment in 1899's The Interpretation of Dreams? His name is Sigmund Freud. Question number 3. He ordered the invasion of Manchuria, and his general, Hideki Tojo, attempted suicide and was arrested for war crimes shortly after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What is the name of this Japanese emperor who ruled throughout World War II? The answer is Emperor Hirohito. Question number 4. Like when Goldilocks gets caught in the middle bed, or when the wolf jumps down the chimney into boiling water, what is the literary term for this point in the plot of a story at the peak of the action where the conflict becomes most intense? Looking for the literary term. In a story, when the conflict becomes most intense, that is the climax. Question number 5. She was the first to hit the Caledonian boar and was awarded its skin for accomplishing that feat. What was the name of this Greek woman who refused to marry until she was beaten in a foot race? Her name was Atalanta. Question number 6. The point at which this biome meets taiga is known as the tree line. Flora in this biome consists of lichens and mosses. What is the name of this biome that lacks tree growth, which can be found in Alaska and is home to caribou and reindeer? The name of the biome we're looking for is tundra. Question number 7. Its cities include Safi and Marrakesh, and this country is home to the western terminus of the Atlas Mountains. It is north of the disputed Western Sahara and is south of the Strait of Gibraltar. What is the name of this country that also includes the cities of Casablanca and Rabat? The answer is Morocco. Question number 8. The Ryukyu Trench lies in it, and its islands include Pitcairn Island and Wake Island. Its deepest point is Challenger Deep, which is in the Marianas Trench. Melanesia and Micronesia are island groups in what ocean that contains Tonga, Fiji, and Guam? When in doubt, go with the biggest. The answer, the Pacific Ocean. Question number 9. Bernini depicted this figure in combat with his armor at his feet, while a Donatello statue of him was the first freestanding nude male sculpture since antiquity. What was the name of this biblical subject who was unusually depicted by Michelangelo without the head of Goliath? All of those depictions were of David. Question number 10. Salvador Dali produced a Sistine one, and Parmigianino produced one of the long neck. Leonardo da Vinci's versions included one of the Carnation and one sometimes called of the Rocks. What is the name for these depictions of Mary with the Christ child? Those depictions are called Madonnas. Question number 11. A task given to him by Hiero of Syracuse led to the discovery that the buoyancy of an object is equal to the fluid displaced. What man supposedly ran into the streets shouting "Eureka" after discovering how to test whether Hiero's crown was made of pure gold? Eureka is attributed to Archimedes. Question number 12. Iron is combined with carbon to make the steel that is often used to make cars, skyscrapers, railroads, and appliances. The process of cheaply converting pig iron to steel is given what name after the person who patented it in 1855? That is known as the Bessemer process, after Henry Bessemer. Question 13. In 2010, the Cassini-Huygens probe found evidence of a cryovolcano named Sotra Facula on this moon. This moon's surface contains methane lakes, and it has a dense, opaque atmosphere. What is the name of this largest moon of Saturn? The answer is Titan. Question 14. Martin Luther King Jr. won the 1964 Nobel Peace Prize shortly after his speech during the March on Washington. 4 years after winning the Nobel Peace Prize, he was assassinated at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee, by what man? The answer is James Earl Ray. Question 15. In the 18th dynasty of Egypt, this consort of Akhenaten assisted with the theological revolution during Akhenaten's reign. What is the name of this woman whose bust was discovered at Karnak in 1912? It was a very famous discovery, the bust of Nefertiti. Question 16. During this event, Abby Size wrote the pamphlet, What is the Third Estate? What was this event that began in 1789 with the Tennis Court Oath, the storming of the Bastille, and the Declaration of the Rights of Man? The answer is the French Revolution. Question 17. The fifth pillar of Islam, the Hajj, is an annual pilgrimage that takes place during the last month of the Islamic year to what city in Saudi Arabia, which is the birthplace of Muhammad and the city that he returned to after visiting Medina? The answer is Mecca. Question 18. After some original design problems with this group, it was modified by the 12th Amendment. What is the name of this group of 538 people that chooses the President and Vice President of the United States every 4 years? The answer is the Electoral College. Question 19. Novosibirsk is the largest city in what mostly uninhabited region of central and eastern Russia that encompasses most of northern Asia, with terrain including tundra, coniferous forest, and mountain ranges, which is crossed by a namesake railway? The answer is Siberia. Question 20. She cursed the nymph Echo to repeat only what others had said. This figure gave birth to Hephaestus and later threw him out of Olympus because of his ugliness. What is the name of this Greek goddess and wife of Zeus? The answer is Hera. Question number 1. This man sits between liberty and victory in a fresco by Constantino Brumidi on the inside of the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. The iconic portrait of this man was painted by Gilbert Stuart. In a painting by Emmanuel Lutz, what man faces left and holds his hand over his heart as he stands up on a boat? The answer is George Washington. Question number 2. This man became angry when he saw Johann Tetzel selling indulgences. What was the name of this German leader of the Protestant Reformation who was condemned by Leo X in Exsurge Domine? This leader of the Protestant Reformation was Martin Luther. Question number 3. This is the elementary particle that makes up light and ultraviolet radiation. Calling it a particle, though, is a bit of a misnomer because it also exhibits wave properties. What is the name of this tiny particle with no charge, no mass, that travels at the speed of light? The answer is a photon. Question number 4. In this novel, Carson kills Candy's decrepit dog and Curly's wife lets a character stroke her hair, but he eventually kills her. What is the title of this John Steinbeck novel about the migrant workers George and Lenny? The answer is Of Mice and Men. Question number 5. Before going away for battle, King Arthur left his nephew temporarily in charge of Camelot. What was the name of this power-hungry man who soon wanted the kingdom for himself, which resulted in a sword fight between him and Arthur that ended in the deaths of both of them? The man who fatally wounded King Arthur was named Mordred. Question number 6. This man's bands included his Hot 5 and Hot 7. What is the name of this jazz musician, nicknamed Satchmo, who, as a vocalist, is famous for both scat singing and the song What a Wonderful World? What a Wonderful World was a very famous song by Louis Armstrong. Question number 7. This statue in the Louvre depicts a goddess of love with a drapery wrapped around her waist. What is the name of this priceless ancient Greek sculpture carved from marble that is famously missing its arms? The answer is the Venus de Milo. Question number 8. Smaller islands that are a part of this nation include the Chatham Islands and the Stewart Islands. The Cook Strait separates the two main islands of what country, whose smaller main island contains the old capital city of Auckland? This country is New Zealand. Question number 9. What is the name of the city in Texas that is the site of Baylor University, and in 1993 it saw a standoff between FBI agents and the residents of a Branch Davidian compound? Looking for the name of the Texas city. The answer is Waco. Waco, Texas. Question number 10. This man helped co-found a settlement in the Indiana Territory where his brother was defeated by William Henry Harrison. That defeat occurred during the Battle of Tippecanoe. What is the name of this leader of the Shawnee that attempted to unite all of the Indian tribes in the early 1800s? His name was Tecumseh. Question number 11. In addition to the Crab Nebula, this constellation also contains the Pleiades. Its beta star, Alnath, is found next to Auriga, while its alpha star is Aldebaran. What is the name of this constellation that depicts a bull? The Bull constellation is Taurus. Question number 12. In the 19th century, its growth was aided by the Erie Canal, which brought settlers west from the Hudson River Valley. What U.S. state's largest city is composed of 5 boroughs, including Staten Island, Queens, and the Bronx? That city is New York City. The U.S. state is New York. Question 13. This person was given command of the 7th Panzer Division, which earned the nickname Ghost Division under his command. Who was this Nazi general who led the North Africa Corps and was nicknamed the Desert Fox? The answer is Rommel, Erwin Rommel. Question 14. This man explored the properties of the ore pitchblende with his wife. That wife later won a 2nd Nobel Prize for her work isolating radium, and then named the element polonium after her native country. What is the last name of physicist Pierre and his wife Marie? Their last name was Curie. Question 15. Though not necessarily the same length, the diagonals of this quadrilateral bisect each other. If all 4 sides of this type of figure are of equal length, the figure is a rhombus. What is the name of this shape drawn from the 2 intersecting sets of parallel lines? The answer is a parallelogram. Question 16. The treaties of Velasco were signed following this leader's capture after the Battle of San Jacinto, and he was responsible for the deaths of Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett. What is the name of this self-styled Napoleon of the West, a Mexican general infamous for his attempt to seize the Alamo? His name was General Santa Anna, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. Question 17. Agamemnon took Briseis from this figure, which caused him to refuse Agamemnon's commands to fight until his friend Patroclus died. As revenge for that death, this hero killed Hector. What was this Greek hero's name? The man who killed Hector was Achilles. Question 18. This former servant of Count Almaviva sings his name over and over again in Largo el Factotum, an aria from a Rossini opera. What is the name of this barber of Seville who gets married in a Mozart opera? The answer is Figaro. Question 19. The debris they leave behind is often called a moraine. What is the name of these large, long-lasting accumulations of snow and ice found in places such as a namesake Montana National Park? That national park is called Glacier National Park. The answer is Glacier. And question 20. Camp Green Lake is infested with yellow-spotted lizards and has employees including the warden, Mr. Pendanski, and Mr. Sir. In what novel about Stanley Yelnats IV, written by Louis Sachar? Stanley Yelnats IV was from Poles. Question number 1. He completed the unification of Germany in 1871. What is the name of this Prussian Prime Minister, often referred to as the Iron Chancellor? The answer is Otto von Bismarck. Question number 2. In geometry, what is the term for two coplanar lines which never meet? The only way these lines never meet is that they run exactly parallel to each other. The answer is parallel lines. Question number 3. What is the name of the physicist who won the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics for his discovery of the photoelectric effect? The answer is Albert Einstein. Question number 4. What is the last name of the family that includes John and Michael and their sister Wendy, who, like their friend Peter Pan, do not want to grow up? What is the last name of that family? They are the Darling children. Question number 5. Who was the famous Greek playwright that wrote the Theban cycle, which includes Oedipus Rex, Oedipus at Colonus, and Antigone? The answer is Sophocles. Question number 6. The music for Porgy and Bess was composed by what American composer of Rhapsody in Blue, whose brother Ira assisted with the lyrics? Ira's brother was George Gershwin. Question number 7. What is the title of the Charlotte Bronte novel in which the title character becomes governess at Thornfield Hall and marries her employer, Edward Rochester? The answer is Jane Eyre. Question number 8. In 1306, Robert the Bruce was crowned the first king of what country, which shares the island of Great Britain with Wales? The answer is Scotland. Question number 9. 17th century explorers named it for the abundant fish found there. What is this cape in southeastern Massachusetts that was formed by glacial activity during the Ice Age? That fishy cape was Cape Cod. Question number 10. In which Old Testament book is the titular man faced with the appalling loss of his possessions, his children, and finally his own health, who still refuses to curse God? That was the book of Job. Question number 11. During it, the giants will storm Asgard. Odin and the other major Norse gods will die during what series of cataclysmic events? There's a specific name for these events. The answer is Ragnarok. Question number 12. What unit named after the person who developed the universal law of gravitation and co-discovered calculus, is the unit of force in the International System of Units? That unit is a Newton. Question 13. About 6 months after the attack on Pearl Harbor and 1 month after the Battle of Coral Sea, American forces under Chester Nimitz defeated Japanese forces under Yamamoto at what 1942 battle? That battle was the Battle of Midway. Question 14. Cetacea and Rodentia are orders within what class of animals, which have hair and nurse their young with milk? This class of animal is Mammalia, or just mammals. Question 15. What is the name of the grandson of Charles Martel who was crowned as Roman Emperor by Pope Leo III on Christmas of 800? The answer is Charlemagne. Question 16. Paraguay and its neighbor Bolivia are the only South American countries described with what geographic property of having no coastline on the ocean? What's the term we're looking for? No coastline means they are landlocked. Landlocked is the answer. Question 17. Giant stone statues called moai are found on what island, named after a holiday by Dutch navigator Jacob Roggeveen in 1722? That island is Easter Island. Question number 18. What is the name of the Indian political activist who advocated non-violence in his opposition to the British colonialism of his home country? The answer is Gandhi. Question 19. John Steinbeck wrote what 1939 novel about the Joad family's journey from Oklahoma to California? The answer is Grapes of Wrath. And question 20. What is the name of the brother of Zeus and Greek god of the underworld who loaned his helmet of invisibility to Perseus? The answer is Hades. Question number 1. This ruler was born under the name Temujin, and he started campaigns against China that would be completed by his grandson Kublai. What is the name of this formidable ruler that united the Mongol Empire? The answer is Genghis Khan. Question number 2. One creation story from which religion claims that all beings were sprung from 1/4 of Purusa, while the Puranas describe how the world is created, sustained, and destroyed by 3 gods in the form of a lotus flower? Which religion? The answer is Hinduism. Question number 3. In the 1820 story by Washington Irving, what was the name of the protagonist of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, who disappears after being chased by the Headless Horseman, letting Brom Bones marry Katrina Van Tassel? This protagonist's name was Ichabod Crane. Question number 4. Originally published in 1667, what is the name of the epic poem by English poet and intellectual John Milton, in which Adam and Eve disobey God and are led out of the Garden of Eden by the Archangel Michael? The title of this epic poem was called Paradise Lost. Question number 5. The character Peter Pan first appeared in 1902's The Little White Bird, spends most of his time in Neverland, and is known as the boy who wouldn't grow up. What Scottish author created the character Peter Pan? His last name was Barry. His first 2 initials were J.M. J.M. Barry. Question number 6. Just as Broadway represents mainstream professional theater in the larger houses of New York City within a specific proximity, what is the name of the area of London where their Broadway caliber shows are staged? They call that the West End. Question number 7. His first symphony is nicknamed Beethoven's 10th due to its similarity in style. What is the name of this German composer of 21 Hungarian dances, a German requiem, and a namesake lullaby? His name was Johann Brahms. Question number 8. At the start of this work, the manager visits because the main character has missed work by being locked in his room. What is the name of this novella by Franz Kafka, in which Gregor Samsa discovers one morning that he has turned into a bug? That book is called Metamorphosis. Question number 9. He ruled on a case that led to the 11th Amendment, Chisholm v. Georgia, and he later served as the governor of New York. With Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, he used the pseudonym Publius to publish the Federalist Papers. Who was this first Chief Justice of the United States? The answer is John Jay. Question number 10. What is the name for the type of painting, examples of which include Dido Building Carthage by J.M.W. Turner and The Cornfield by John Constable, that shows cities and nature as viewed from a distance? Those types of paintings are referred to as landscapes. Question number 11. The corpus callosum connects the 2 hemispheres of this structure, which is divided into temporal, parietal, occipital, and frontal lobes. What is the name of this largest area of the brain which controls voluntary thoughts and actions? The answer is the cerebrum. Question number 12. It forms between atoms with an electronegativity difference of more than 1.7. What is the name of this type of bond that occurs between a positively and a negatively charged chemical species, which is contrasted with a covalent bond? The answer is an ionic bond. Question number 13. What was the name of this lover of Cleopatra who had earlier fought alongside Julius Caesar at the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC, and then committed suicide in 30 BC following the loss at Actium? The answer is Mark Antony. Question 14. One character on this show is the alter ego of Max Modem, a fictional former 80s star. Another regular character, Jeremy, is pined for by Candace, who continually tries and fails to bust her younger brothers. What is the name of this Disney Channel show about the title boy geniuses? Those two geniuses were Phineas and Ferb. Question number 15. Considered the birthplace of writing, and with it, recorded history. This place includes the cities of Sumer, Assyria, and Babylon. What is the name given to this region that is located in the Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers? This region is referred to as Mesopotamia. Question 16. This was the first space shuttle to carry astronauts. What was the name of this vessel that, in 2003, while nearing the completion of its 28th mission, broke apart as it re-entered the atmosphere over Texas, which led to the deaths of all 7 crew members? The first shuttle to carry astronauts was the Columbia. Question 17. This artist painted both the Parliament in London and Rowan Cathedral several times to show the buildings in different light at different times of the day. A 19th century art movement was named for his painting of a harbor at sunrise. Who was this French artist of water lilies and impression sunrise? The answer is Claude Monet. Question 18. In one work by this author, Georgiana dies after Aylmer manages to remove the title blemish. In his most famous novel, the titular object is worn by Hester Prynne as punishment for committing adultery. Who is this author of The Birthmark and The Scarlet Letter? The answer is Nathaniel Hawthorne. Question number 19. The Åland Islands are to the southwest of this country, and its major cities include Tampere and Espoo. To this country's west is the Gulf of Bothnia. What is the name of this country with a capital at Helsinki? The answer is Finland. And question 20. Oedipus found the city of Thebes plagued by this creature, who put a riddle to all passerby and destroyed those who could not answer. After Oedipus solved the riddle, what creature jumped from the cliff and killed herself? The answer is the Sphinx. Question number 1. What is the name of the United States Army Air Force's B-29 bomber that dropped the Fat Man nuclear weapon over the Japanese city of Nagasaki during World War II in the second wartime nuclear detonation in history? Not the first one, the second one. What is the name of the plane? That plane was called the Boxcar. Question number 2. This painting may be a self-portrait depicting an attack of agoraphobia. What is the name of this Edvard Munch painting of a distorted figure holding his hands to his head and making a loud, distressed noise? That loud, distressed noise became the title. It was called The Scream. Question number 3. On Camazotz, the characters in this novel fight the It, who has imprisoned Dr. Murray, although Charles Wallace is able to defeat him after Meg loves him. What is the title of this 1962 novel written by Madeleine L'Engle? That novel was called A Wrinkle in Time. Question number 4. At the beginning of this novel, the Shelby family sells their property to the St. Clair family. At the end of this novel, George and Eliza Harris escape north. The husband of Aunt Chloe is killed by Simon Legree in what novel written by Harriet Beecher Stowe? That novel is called Uncle Tom's Cabin. Question number 5. This figure stole fire from the gods to give to humans and taught them how to trick the gods when making sacrifices. For punishment, what Titan was chained to a rock and had his liver eaten out by an eagle every day? The answer is Prometheus. Question number 6. He composed 12 variations on a French song with identical melody to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Who was this composer of songs like A Little Night Music and Fantasia No. 3 and operas such as The Magic Flute and The Marriage of Figaro? The answer is Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Question number 7. The Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini was written from 24 caprices originally written for this instrument. Vivaldi's The Four Seasons is a set of concerti that was also written for what four-stringed instrument? The answer is the violin. Question number 8. This country fought a 1982 war against Great Britain for control of the Falkland Islands. What is this South American country whose former leaders include Nestor Kirchner and Juan Perón? The answer is Argentina. Question number 9. His friend Wilson cares for his head wound after his return to camp, a kindness the protagonist had not shown for The Tattered Man and Jim Conklin after they earned the titular mark. What is this novel that follows Henry Fleming as he participates in the Civil War? A work by Stephen Crane. This titular mark was the Red Badge of Courage. Question number 10. Described in chapter 3 of Exodus, it is now an emblem of the Presbyterian Church. It was found by a man tending his father-in-law Jethro's flock on Mount Horeb. While investigating what phenomenon was Moses told to deliver the children of Israel out of slavery in Egypt? That phenomenon was the burning bush. Question 11. This layer extends to a depth of 2,890 kilometers and contains more than half the Earth's mass. What is the name given to this molten layer of the Earth that is found between the crust and the core? The answer is the mantle. Question number 12. The Alinda and the Griqua groups of these objects are found within the Kirkwood gaps. What is the term for these objects that include Ceres and Vesta, which are prominently found in a belt between Mars and Jupiter? They are found in the asteroid belt. They are asteroids. Question number 13. A light-hearted depiction of Hollywood in the late 1920s, portraying performers caught up in the transition from silent films to talkies. 1952's Singin' in the Rain was directed by Stanley Donen and what other man who also choreographed and starred in it? The answer is Gene Kelly. Question 14. Remade 41 years later with modern stars like Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, and George Clooney. What was the title of the 1960 film set in Las Vegas that starred Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Sammy Davis Jr.? That 1960 movie was Ocean's 11. Question 15. This deity's union with Aphrodite yielded Eros and his attendants Phobos and Deimos. Wounded by Diomedes during the Trojan War, what is the name of this son of Zeus and Hera, who is the Greek god of war? The Roman god of war was Mars. The Greek god of war is Ares. Question 16. The tuning fork diagram is a graphic depiction of the Hubble classification scheme for these systems. What is the term for these regions of the universe that are classified into irregular, elliptical, or spiral types? An example would be the Andromeda or the Milky Way. The answer is galaxies. Question number 17. The Bukit Timah Nature Reserve is the largest area of rainforest left in this city. Its Chiang Airport is a regional hub. What is this Southeast Asian city-state, the most densely populated country in Asia? The answer is Singapore. Question number 18. It takes place within the chloroplasts, which contain light-absorbing chlorophylls. What is the term for this process by which organisms, often plants, use light energy to turn carbon dioxide and water into glucose? This process is called photosynthesis. Question number 19. In the United States, the fire ant, zebra mussel, kudzu, and cane toad are examples of what kind of non-indigenous species that, when introduced, have the potential to wreak havoc on an ecosystem or economy? Just looking for the general term for that type of non-indigenous species. The answer is an invasive species. Question number 20. What is the name of the NBA player who played for the Lakers from 1960 to 74, then coached the Lakers from 1976 to 79, then became the general manager of the Lakers from 79 to 2000, and is the figure depicted on the official NBA logo? That man's name is Jerry West. Question number 1. 1998's You've Got Mail and 1993's Sleepless in Seattle paired two of the 90s most bankable stars together again for the third and second time respectively. What was the first movie that Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan starred in together in 1990? The first movie they starred in together was Joe versus the Volcano. Question number 2. In 1995, Pierre Omidyar figured out a clever way to sell stuff on the internet, allowing prices to be set instantaneously by current supply and demand and jump-starting the recirculation of used stuff. What website did he famously start? Pierre Omidyar started eBay. Question number 3. In 1662, Louis XIV commissioned the architect Jules Ardan-Mansart to greatly expand what magnificent palace, which includes the Latona Basin and the Hall of Mirrors? That palace was the Palace of Versailles. Question number 4. She has a cat named Picky Picky until it dies, and she also sees herself in an infinite mirror. This best friend of Howie Kemp lives on the same street as Henry Higgins. What is the full name of this little sister of Beezus, the main character of a series of books by Beverly Cleary? Beezus was the older sister of Ramona Quimby. Question number 5. This native of Tarsus undertook several missionary trips to western areas like Asia Minor and Syria. Who was this Catholic saint who wrote 2 epistles to the Corinthians and 1 to the Romans, and advocated the persecution of Jews who accepted Jesus, until he had a life-altering vision on the road to Damascus? The answer is Paul, who was born with the name Saul. Question number 6. She got the idea for the lyrics after too many encounters with a flirty bank teller who had a crush on her husband. She got the name of the song from a young autograph seeker who she called the prettiest little thing I ever saw. What was the title of Dolly Parton's 1974 song that made her a megastar? That song was called Jolene. Question number 7. Hey, ho, let's go is the kickoff chant that leads into what 1976 song by the American punk rock band Ramones that served as their debut single and the opening track of their self-titled first album? Hey, ho, let's go kicks off the Blitzkrieg Bop. Question number 8. King Nebuchadnezzar of Chaldea built these structures for his wife Amytas of Media. Which one of the 7 ancient wonders of the world was this that consisted of terraces and irrigation structures that serviced a variety of luscious trees? That ancient wonder of the world was called the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Question number 9. A quarrel over the formalities of the genesis of human flight has raged for decades between 2 U.S. states. What are these 2 U.S. states that settled their argument by stating officially that one is the birthplace of aviation and the other is first in flight? Referring to where the Wright brothers were born and then where they first flew, the answer is Ohio and North Carolina. And question 10, to whom was President Ronald Reagan referring to in 1986 when he said, "We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning, as they prepared for the journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God." In 1986, he was referring to the crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger. All right, we are halfway done. Time to add up your scores, see who's in the lead, see how many points you need to catch up to win the whole thing. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. RoadTripVia, new quiz every single day. Question number 11. Unlike transverse waves, these waves are characterized by vibration in the same direction as the motion of the wave. Sound waves are classified as what type of wave? Sound waves are longitudinal waves. Question number 12. The geocentric model of the solar system consisted of the Sun and all the planets rotating around the Earth, and was finally superseded by the heliocentric model, where the planets rotate around the Sun, created by what Polish astronomer? His name was Copernicus. Nicholas Copernicus. Question 13. Named after his first commercially released film about a man and a woman hitchhiking through the desert, what is the name of Steven Spielberg's film production company responsible for movies like Gremlins, Poltergeist, and Jaws? His first commercial film was called Amblin. His company is called Amblin Entertainment. Question 14. Known for making a lot of critically and commercially successful single-word titled movies, what is the name of the British movie maker who directed blockbusters like Memento, Inception, Interstellar, Dunkirk, and Tenet. In the Dark Knight trilogy, his name is Christopher Nolan. Question 15. Strom Thurmond once did this for 24 hours and 37 minutes. The cloture rule requires a 3/5 majority to stop it. What is this practice found exclusively in the Senate, often used by minority parties to block legislation from passing? That is called a filibuster. Question 16. These figures followed the Star of Bethlehem, and according to Western tradition, they brought gold, frankincense, and myrrh to the baby Jesus. What is the collective name that is given to these noble pilgrims from the East, who are sometimes referred to as the Three Wise Men? What is the collective name for the Three Wise Men? The answer is the Magi. Question 17. This city that sits on both sides of the Dnieper River is home to the St. Sophia Cathedral and the historic Golden Gate. What is the name of this city that serves as the capital of the Ukraine? The capital of Ukraine is Kiev. Question 18. This shape is traced out by the set of all points that are equidistant from a focus and a directrix. It is the only conic section that can be graphed as a function. What is this shape that is traced out by the graph of any quadratic function? Getting a little brainy Tuesday on this Thursday. This is a tough one, but the answer is a parabola. Question number 19. After trading away George Herman Ruth in 1920, what Major League Baseball team suffered a curse which lasted more than 80 years before they were finally able to overcome it and win the World Series in 2004 and then again in 2007? That team is the Boston Red Sox. Question 20. This prophet spent 7 years as a woman and was struck blind after getting on Hera's bad side. Who was this blind seer from Thebes who offered advice to Odysseus from beyond the grave and warned Oedipus in vain about pursuing the truth about the death of Laius? The blind seer that we're looking for is Tiresias. Question number 1. Now the patron saint of Scotland, what is the name of the fisherman, along with his brother Simon Peter, that was the first apostle to be called by Jesus? The patron saint of Scotland is Saint Andrew. Question number 2. Which comet has a period of about 75 years, is visible to the naked eye, is named after an 18th century English astronomer, and will not be seen again until 2061? The answer is Halley's Comet. Question number 3. What is the name of the Washington Irving short story where the title character falls asleep for 20 years in the Catskill Mountains? The answer is Rip Van Winkle. Question number 4. What is the name of the character who blinds himself after Tiresias reveals he killed his father Laius and married his mother Jocasta? The answer is Oedipus Rex. Question number 5. Muhammad Ali Jinnah is considered the father of what nation, which split from India in 1947 and still disputes the Kashmir province with India? The answer is Pakistan. Question number 6. What composer and march king, a former U.S. Marine, is best known for writing marches like the Liberty Bell and the Stars and Stripes Forever? The answer, John Philip Sousa. Question number 7. What is the name of the father of the Norse gods who sends the ravens Hugin and Munin to report to him what happens in the world? The answer is Odin. Question number 8. The Danube River divides the two halves of what Hungarian capital, which was 3 cities that combined to become a single city in an 1873 merger? Combining the cities of Óbuda, Pest, and Buda, it is Budapest. Question number 9. Which amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects against the loss of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law and establishes eminent domain? That amendment is the 5th Amendment. Question number 10. The motto, "One for all and all for one," is spoken by Athos, Porthos, and Aramis in what 1844 book about D'Artagnan, written by Alexandre Dumas? The answer is The Three Musketeers. Question 11. In animals, what is the name given to the blood vessels that carry oxygen-rich blood away from the heart to all the body cells? Those are arteries. Question 12. What unit, named after a scientist who improved steam engines and first used the unit horsepower, is the unit of power in the International System of Units? The answer is the watt. Question 13. While defending against Persia, what Greek city-state lost King Leonidas and 300 other soldiers at Thermopylae? What is the name of the Greek city-state? The answer is Sparta. Question 14. The Atacama Desert is found in the northern part of what narrow South American country, found on the western slope of the Andes? The answer is Chile. Question 15. His book, Elements, was used to study geometry for thousands of years. Who was this Greek writer that is known as the father of geometry? His name is Euclid. Question 16. It is contrasted with the gibbous phase. What is the term for the shape of the visible moon when less than half of the entire moon is illuminated? What is the name of the shape of the visible moon? When it's less than half, it is known as a crescent moon. Question 17. Papeete, the capital of French Polynesia, is located on this largest of the Society Islands. What is the name of this island that was visited by Captain Cook in 1769? The answer is Tahiti. Question 18. What is the name for the type of painting that typically shows inanimate indoor objects such as flowers or fruit, often found sitting on a table? That type of painting is referred to as a still life. Question 19. What is the name of the Austrian monk who deduced many of the principles of heredity from his crosses of pea plants? The pea plant monk was Gregor Mendel. And question 20. In a Class 1 lever, this point is found between the load and the applied force. What is the name of the point on which a lever can pivot? That is known as a fulcrum. Question number 1. It was built in 1599 by Shakespeare's playing company, the Lord Chamberlain's Men, on land owned by Thomas Brand and was destroyed by fire in June of 1613. What is the name of this theatre that has been rebuilt on the south bank of the River Thames in London, England? That is called the Globe Theatre. Question number 2. In one story from this collection, Palamon and Arcite fight over the hand of Emily, while in another story, an old hag notes that what most women want most is to be in charge of their husbands. What is the name of this collection of tales by Geoffrey Chaucer? Geoffrey Chaucer wrote The Canterbury Tales. Question number 3. He defeated the Roman consuls Paulus and Varro at the Battle of Cannae. What was the name of this general that lost to Scipio Africanus Major at the Battle of Zama, who legendarily crossed the Alps with the war elephants that he loved to use in battle? The answer is Hannibal. Hannibal Barca. Question number 4. In the book by Robert Louis Stevenson, this crazy man is the only inhabitant of Treasure Island, having been marooned there some time earlier. What is the name of this man that had found the treasure before the Hispaniola arrived? The answer is Ben Gunn. Question number 5. What is the title of the Gary Paulsen book that begins with a Cessna pilot having a heart attack, causing the plane to crash, forcing Brian Robeson to survive the wilderness with the help of the tidal tool? The book is named after the all-important tool. The answer is hatchet. Question number 6. When the visible portion of the moon is decreasing in size, it is classified as waning. What is the similar term that is used when the visible portion of the moon is increasing in size? When it's decreasing, it's waning. When it's increasing, it's waxing. Question number 7. Replication of this molecule involves a namesake polymerase that adds nucleotides to a complementary strand. What is the name of this molecule in which adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine base pair to form a double helix shape? That is known as DNA. Question number 8. The invention of the caravel ship made this nation's exploration of the coast of Africa easier, and one explorer from this nation, Bartholomew Diaz, rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488. What is this nation where Prince Henry the Navigator promoted exploration to boost the economy? Prince Henry the Navigator was from Portugal. Question number 9. This country's creation story involves a jeweled spear. Its indigenous religion holds sacred the Yasukuni Shrine and the Isejingu, the latter of which is dedicated to the sun goddess Amaterasu. The Kojiki gives the genealogy of what country's first emperor? This country is Japan. Question number 10. About 4,000 of these objects have been identified, and most are classified as short period or long period. What are these astronomical objects, most of which possess an ion tail pointing away from the sun? These astronomical objects are comets. Question number 11. This organ converts glycogen into glucose and creates cholesterol. This largest human internal organ is divided into 4 lobes and can regenerate. Cirrhosis is the degeneration of which reddish-brown abdominal organ which produces bile and stores it in the gallbladder? The answer is the liver. Question number 12. Its existence was predicted by Alexis Bouvard, and it was discovered by Johann Galle. Its largest moon, which has a retrograde orbit, is Triton. What is the name of this gas giant, the farthest away from the sun in our solar system? This gas giant planet is Neptune. Question number 13. Big Bob Oakley was the first person on this cartoon to say, "I'd have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those kids." And one show in this series introduced a character named Scrappy. In 2002, what film with the same name starred Freddie Prinze Jr. and Sarah Michelle Gellar? The answer is Scooby-Doo. Question 14. Suburban teenage friends Will, Simon, Jay, and Neil, students at Rudge Park Comprehensive, awkwardly attempt to navigate the social scene in what British coming-of-age television teen sitcom that originally aired from 2008 to 2010? That show is called The In-Betweeners. Question 15. This artist cut off his own ear after a fight with his roommate Paul Gauguin. Who was this popular Dutch artist who lived in the Arles and painted The Night Cafe, Vase with 15 Sunflowers, and The Potato Eaters? This famous Dutch artist was Vincent van Gogh. Question number 16. Beginning the day before Good Friday, this work depicts 9 concentric circles in which sinners are punished. What is the name of this first section of the Divine Comedy in which the poet Dante is guided through hell? This first part of the Divine Comedy is titled Inferno. Question 17. In this novel, the protagonist's wife Mildred wants to install a 4th wall-length television screen. What is the title of this Ray Bradbury novel about Guy Montag, a fireman who reads books he is paid to burn? The answer is Fahrenheit 451. Question 18. Eugene Delacroix's later work was heavily influenced by his travels to the northern part of which continent, resulting in such paintings as Women of Algiers, Jewish Women of Morocco, and Fanatics of Tangier? The answer is Africa. Question 19. In the 1990s, what was the name of the American politician, businessman, and environmentalist who served as vice president for 8 years under Bill Clinton before narrowly losing the 2000 presidential election to George W. Bush? That politician's name was Al Gore. Question 20. This scientist proposed an earlier theory of relativity which stated that laws of motion were all relative. What is the name of the Italian scientist who also invented a telescope that allowed him to discover 4 of Jupiter's moons? The answer is Galileo Galilei, or just Galileo. Question number 1. While there are probably several minor achievements that exist, what is the most obvious thing that Ojani Noah, Chris Judd, Ben Affleck, Mark Anthony, and Alex Rodriguez have all done that no one else on Earth has done yet? Everyone on that list has been engaged to Jennifer Lopez. Question number 2. He led his team to a three-peat in the 1990s, retired, and repeated the three-peat again after his comeback. Who was this basketball superstar who played his college ball at North Carolina under Dean Smith? The answer is Michael Jordan. Question number 3. When traveling between Her and Charybdis, 6 of Odysseus's men were consumed by this monster. Who was this maiden that, due to the jealousy of Circe, was transformed into a 6-headed monster? That maiden's name was Scylla. Question number 4. In one novel, this writer depicts a character named Protopopov who becomes the lover of Natasha. In another novel, this writer depicts the intellectual liberal named Anya, who is the daughter of Madame Renovskaya. Who is this Russian author of The Three Sisters and the Cherry Orchard? The answer is Anton Chekhov. Question number 5. This author of Song of Myself also described a figure fallen cold and dead just after our fearful trip is done in a poem on Abraham Lincoln's death. What is the name of this American writer of the poetry collection Leaves of Grass and the poem O Captain, My Captain? O Captain, My Captain was by Walt Whitman. Question number 6. In 1985, Kate Bush released a song on her Hounds of Love album. It was successful then, but when the uber-popular Netflix show Stranger Things featured it in a crucial scene during 2022's Season 4, it became a lucrative mega hit for her. What was the title of this song? It was called Runnin' Up That Hill. Question number 7. Regarded as one of the greatest rock songs of all time, what is the title of the 1971 rock song released by Led Zeppelin on their 4th studio album that was an 8-minute musical epic that featured Robert Plant's haunting vocals and the greatest guitar solo ever by Jimmy Page? That song is called Stairway to Heaven. Question number 8. He claimed the territories of the Spanish Netherlands in the War of Devolution. Known as the Sun King, who was this French absolute monarch that was advised by Cardinal Mazarin as a child? The answer is Louis XIV. Question number 9. Although the team is based in and plays their home games in only one of the states, the Chiefs of the National Football League represent 2 separately incorporated cities that have the same name but are located in 2 different states that share a border. What are the 2 states? They are the Chiefs of Kansas City. Kansas City is in both Kansas and Missouri. Question number 10. What U.S. president said, "Having now finished the work assigned me, I retire from the great theater of action, and bidding an affectionate farewell to this august body under whose orders I have so long acted, I here offer my commission and take my leave of all the employments of public life"? That was from his resignation speech. The answer, George Washington. Alright, halfway done, working our way to the very end. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. We do new quizzes every single day. We're going 365 days in a row of random trivia quizzes. Should be a good time. On to question 11. Named after the Austrian physicist who described the phenomenon in 1842, what is the name of the effect of the frequency of a sound appearing to change as its source moves toward or away from an observer? That effect is known as the Doppler effect, named after Christian Doppler. Question number 12. These types of clouds are also known as thunderheads, meaning column rain in Latin. What is the name for the low-lying clouds that are involved in extreme weather phenomena, including thunderstorms? Those big clouds are called cumulonimbus clouds. Question 13. The 1966 Italian epic spaghetti western film directed by Sergio Leone was called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Lee Van Cleef starred as the bad, Eli Wallach starred as the ugly, and what Hollywood hero starred as the good? The Good was played by Clint Eastwood. Question 14. Directing and appearing in a lot of his own films, what is the name of the American director, producer, and screenwriter who appeared as a commercial director in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, a crazy 88 member in Kill Bill, and Richie Gecko in From Dusk Till Dawn? The answer is Quentin Tarantino. Question 15. This steel and copper statue of a woman in New York Harbor called the Statue of Liberty was a gift from what country, an early ally of America, in recognition of their cooperation during the American Revolution? The Statue of Liberty was a gift to America from France. Question number 16. During the seventh of these events, King Louis IX of France was captured in the Nile Delta. The fourth one was diverted to Constantinople with the help of the Doge of Venice. At the 1095 Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II called for the first of what series of historical events? This series of historical events were called the Crusades. Question 17. Toussaint Louverture National Airport was used as the base of operation for its president, René Préval, after a 2010 magnitude 7.0 earthquake destroyed most of Port-au-Prince and other population centers in what Caribbean nation? That earthquake destroyed much of Haiti. Question 18. After his 1891 death, this unfinished work was eventually finished with the help from his widow and fellow authors and finally published in 1924. What was the name of this celebrated American writer that died while writing Billy Budd? His more popular book was Moby Dick. The answer is Herman Melville. Question 19. In the American version, the workers are employed at the Scranton, Pennsylvania branch of the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company. In the original UK version of The Office, the employees work in the Slough branch of what large paper company? In the UK version, they work at Warnham Hogg. And question 20. In this game, one can play the Roy Lopez or the Dragon Sicilian. ELO rankings were first computed for competitors in what popular game, whose special moves include the en passant capture and castling? The Roy Lopez is in the game of chess. Question number 1. In which mythology system does the fire giant Surt slay Freyr before consuming the entire world in flames, after which it will be reborn? The mythology where this legend occurs is in Norse mythology. Question number 2. Which American beer, founded in 1876, is marketed as the king of beers? The answer is Budweiser. Question number 3. Judaism, unlike Hinduism or Shintoism, is an example of this form of worship in which followers believe in a single, all-powerful deity. Unlike polytheism, this is monotheism. Question number 4. In what 1882 novel does Squire Trelawney plan an expedition on the Hispaniola to go in search of loot buried by Captain Flint? That novel was Treasure Island. Question number 5. What is the name of the Russian author who created the character Raskolnikov, as well as the three brothers Karamazov, who also wrote Notes from Underground? The answer is Dostoevsky. Question number 6. What famous American pop star has sons named Kingston, Zuma, and Apollo? Those are the children of Gwen Stefani. Question number 7. What 1999 Melissa Joan Hart movie got its title from the Britney Spears song from her debut album that was featured in the soundtrack? The name of the movie was Drive Me Crazy. Question number 8. What is the name of the river whose source is in the Black Forest region of Germany that flows through Vienna long before it reaches the Black Sea? The answer is the Danube. Question number 9. World War I began when Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand was shot and killed along with his wife in what city, the capital city of Bosnia? The answer is Sarajevo. Question number 10. Ordering a jury to stay away from their home in order to keep them away from influences that may affect their decision is known by what term? Isolating the jury is known as sequestering. Question number 11. There is a popular group of them in upstate New York. What is the term given to these long, narrow lakes that are generally glacial in origin? These long, skinny lakes are known as Finger Lakes. Question number 12, produced by Francis Ford Coppola and directed by George Lucas. In what 1973 film did Harrison Ford have his first significant movie role? That movie was called American Graffiti. Question 13, what is the name of the trilogy that consists of Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End by English director Edgar Wright? That trilogy is referred to as the Cornetto Trilogy, or the Three Flavors Cornetto. Question 14. What popular sport uses a net, a racket, and a shuttlecock? The answer is badminton. Question 15. The Rosetta Stone was discovered in 1799 by French soldiers during the French occupation of what nation? The answer is Egypt. Question 16. Albert Einstein was offered the presidency of what country in 1952 but respectfully turned it down for personal reasons? The answer is Israel. Question 17. America purchased the land that is now the state of Alaska from which country? The answer is Russia. Question 18. According to American history, what was the bloodiest one-day battle of the U.S. Civil War? The answer is the Battle of Antietam. Question 19. He wrote Fire and Ice and The Road Not Taken. What is the name of the American poet who often depicted rural New England in his poems? The answer is Robert Frost. And question 20. In 2020, what is the title of the film that became the first non-English movie to win the Best Picture at the Oscars? That movie was called Parasite. Question number 1. Chip and Joanna Gaines have created an empire of real estate, television shows, home decorating, coffee shops, retail stores, and more since 2003. They have wrapped most of their businesses up under one business name that shares its name with what popular southern flower? Most of their businesses fall under the Magnolia brand. Question number 2. This man overthrew General Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr in 1979. Eventually, he ordered an invasion of Kuwait that sparked the First Gulf War. What was the name of this former leader of Iraq who was captured by American forces on December 13, 2003? The answer is Saddam Hussein. Question number 3. This member of the Hindu Trimurti grew 5 heads so that he could always look at Shatarupa. What Hindu god, during a contest with Vishnu that was ultimately won by Shiva, lied about completing the task and had one head cut off in response? The answer is Brahma. Question number 4. After Athelstane relinquishes his claim to Lady Rowena, the daughter of Cedric the Saxon, she ends up marrying the title character at the end of this 1819 novel. What is the title of this work of historical fiction depicting the chivalrous Wilfrid, written by Walter Scott? The answer is Ivanhoe. Question number 5. Late in this novel, Roger uses a boulder to kill the overweight intellectual named Piggy, and the violent Jack Meridew feuds with the civilized Ralph in what 1954 English novel written by William Golding? That novel is called Lord of the Flies. Question number 6. This instrument descended from the chalumeau and now also comes in bass and contrabass varieties. An improvised solo by one of these instruments opens George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. What is this woodwind famously played by Benny Goodman? The answer is the clarinet. Question number 7. The single that made Michael Jackson the biggest solo star since Elvis Presley was about the denial of a paternity suit, and it spent 7 weeks at number 1 on the pop charts. What was the title of this 1982 song that was inspired by actual letters Michael and his brothers had received? The answer is Billie Jean. Question number 8. This structure was built to guide ships towards the Egyptian mainland. Its construction was ordered by Ptolemy Soter, and it shares the name of a nearby city named for a great Macedonian conqueror. What is the name of this ancient wonder of the world? This ancient wonder was called the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Question number 9. Calderas are formed from the collapse of these objects, which can be divided into three main types: composite, shield, and cinder cone. What is the name for these landforms that can be classified as active, dormant, or extinct? The answer is volcanoes. And question 10. In preparation for the inevitable Battle of Britain, what man famously said, "Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties, and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour"? The answer is Winston Churchill. Alright, back to the game in just a few seconds. We are now halfway done. Now's a good time to add up your scores, see who is ahead, see what you need to win, and don't forget to subscribe to this channel. We post new quizzes every single day. Question 11. The size of these objects is given by the Schwarzschild radius. According to quantum mechanics, these objects emit Hawking radiation. The Sagittarius A star, which is one of what galactic objects, sits at the center of our galaxy and has 4 million times the mass of our Sun? The answer is a black hole. Question 12. Sandstone is primarily composed of this mineral, and silicon dioxide is the primary composition of what mineral? Number 8 on the Mohs scale, which is used in glass and sandpaper. The answer is quartz. Question 13. In the 1999 film Fight Club, Michael Lee Aday played a character named Robert Paulson, or Bob, that Edward Norton's character meets at a cancer support group. When he wasn't acting, Michael Lee Aday was a musical rock star in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s who performed under what stage name? Michael Lee Aday performed under the name Meatloaf. Question 14. After Forrest Gump teaches Elvis how to dance, and before he meets Bubba and Lieutenant Dan while serving in the U.S. Army, he receives a scholarship and attends what university where he becomes an All-American kick returner? Forrest Gump played football at the University of Alabama. Question 15. U.S. GDP fell 30% during the Great Depression, and the world economy also took a nosedive during this period, which was spurred by the stock market crash that happened in what year? The answer is 1929. Question 16. The term for this practice was first used in 1812 and took its name from a former governor of Massachusetts that used the practice and the animal that a district map resembled. What is the term for this practice of drawing congressional boundaries to the advantage of one party? The answer is gerrymandering. Question 17. In 1822, the House of Iturbide assumed control of this nation for 1 year. What is this nation that was ruled by an Austrian emperor installed by Napoleon III named Maximilian, although he was eventually overthrown by Benito Juarez? The answer is Mexico. Question 18. He stopped giving proper titles to his paintings, instead identifying them in such ways as number 3, 1949, sometimes known as Tiger, and number 1, 1950, sometimes known as Lavender Mist. Who was this abstract expressionist pioneer of action painting, sometimes known as Jack the Dripper? Jack the Dripper was actually Jackson Pollock. Question 19. King's Landing is the capital of the Seven Kingdoms in George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones stories. The real-world city of Dubrovnik is the main filming location for King's Landing scenes in the HBO television series. In what country is the walled city of Dubrovnik located? The answer is Croatia. Question 20. This youngest of the Knights of the Round Table died after taking a fated trip to Jerusalem. He is the only figure who is allowed to sit in the Siege Perilous due to his destiny. The son of Sir Lancelot was what Arthurian figure who found the Holy Grail? The answer is Sir Galahad. Hello and welcome back to RoadTripVia. Now it'll be pretty apparent pretty quick, but all of the pictures and videos today come from the country of Iceland. We rented a car, we got to road trip around the country, we saw a lot of cool stuff. We were only there for a few days, but it was awesome. Got a ton of great pictures. Hopefully you enjoy them. And the quiz, because this is RoadTripVia, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. This is the 365-day trivia road trip, day number 6. 21 questions, all from random categories with varying degrees of difficulty. Question 21's at the very end of the video. If you need to stick around for a tiebreaker, thank you for watching. Good luck. And question number 1. The series of novels by Anne Rice called The Vampire Chronicles inspired several movies and even more pop culture references. What was the Australian pop band in the late 1990s who took their name from 1985's The Vampire Lestat and the phrase with which Lestat described the world? The Australian pop band that got their name from a phrase from that book was Savage Garden. Question number 2. Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnet number 43 from her collection Sonnets from the Portuguese begins, "How do I love thee?" Complete the first line of that poem by giving the next 5 words. She says, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways." Question number 3. Radioactive decay is the process by which an unstable atom emits energy as it transforms into another atom. What is the term used for the amount of time it takes for 50% of the atoms in a radioactive sample to decay? That term is half-life. Question number 4. Near the end of this novel, Maria Bolkonskaya marries a cavalry officer named Nikolay, And by the end of what notoriously long novel by Leo Tolstoy does Natasha Rostova marry Pierre Bezukhov? I apologize if I did not pronounce those names correctly. That novel is called War and Peace. Question number 5. What is the title of the 1826 historical novel written by James Fenimore Cooper, in which the traitorous Huron Magua kills Cora Monroe and Uncas, the son of Chingachgook? That Fenimore Cooper novel was The Last of the Mohicans. Question number 6. Johann Strauss Jr. wrote one of these musical pieces titled after the Blue Danube, while another composer wrote one titled after Mephisto. What is this musical form, whose name means to roll or revolve, that is usually performed in 3/4 time signature? The answer is a waltz. Question number 7. Having released albums now in 7 different decades, what is the name of the musician whose first studio album, Empty Sky, was released in June of 1969 and featured the song Skyline Pigeon, which he still used in his live shows over 40 years later? The answer is Elton John. Question number 8. The deepest point in this body of water is known as Calypso Deep. Major cities on this sea include Ajaccio, Palermo, and Beirut, while its largest islands include Cyprus, Crete, Sardinia, and Sicily. The Strait of Gibraltar is the western boundary of what sea between Europe and Africa? That sea is the Mediterranean Sea. Question number 9. What is the name of the Renaissance painting by Sandro Botticelli in which the tidal goddess rides in from the sea on a large shell while an attendant nymph prepares to throw a pink robe over her? That tidal goddess is Venus. That painting is called The Birth of Venus. Question number 10. Which U.S. president said, "The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it, and the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." That is a very famous quote from John F. Kennedy. All right, halfway done. Pause it if you need to. Add up your scores, see who's winning, see how many points you need to beat them. You got the tiebreaker at the very end of the video, don't forget, and subscribe to this channel right now. Question number 11. This lowest part of the spine is found below the sacrum and consists of several often fused vertebrae. What is the name for this small triangular bone that can be painfully bruised if you fall too hard on your butt? The answer is your coccyx, or your tailbone. Question number 12. This substance was first proposed in 1934 by Fritz Zwicky to make up for missing mass in the universe. Its non-baryonic variety contains no mass. What is this type of matter in the universe named due to its unobservability? This matter is dark matter. Question 13. Wrongfully sentenced to 2 life sentences for the murder of his wife and her lover. What was the name of the Stephen King character played by Tim Robbins in the 1994 movie adaptation, who eventually escaped from Shawshank Prison with the help of his rock hammer that he got from Red? What is the name of Tim Robbins' character? The answer is Andy Dufresne. Question 14. As of 2023, only 2 movie sequels have ever won the coveted Best Picture Oscar. The second was 2003's Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. What was the title of the 1974 movie that was the first sequel to win the award, doing so at the 1975 Academy Awards? The first sequel to win that award was The Godfather Part 2. Question 15. This figure was the king of Judea when Jesus was born, and despite siding with Antony, he kept his position during the rule of Augustus Caesar. What was the name of this king who ordered the death of all the infants in Bethlehem in an attempt to kill Jesus? From the Christmas story, that king was King Herod. Question 16. Also known as hard coal and black coal, it is a hard, compact variety of coal that has a submetallic luster. What is the name of this type of coal that has the highest carbon content, the fewest impurities, and the highest energy density of all types of coal, and is the highest ranking of coals? The highest ranking of coals is anthracite. Question 17. The legendary founding of this city took place in 753 BC. What was the name of the city that became the center of an empire that dominated the ancient Mediterranean until it declined and fell in the 5th century? The answer is Rome. Question 18. This man died during the collapse of a temple dedicated to Dagon, but by destroying it, he got his revenge on the Philistines. Who was this lover of Delilah who lost his strength after his hair was cut? The answer is Samson. Question 19. On March 30th, 1981, John Hinckley Jr. shot and wounded U.S. President Ronald Reagan in Washington, D.C. in a delusional attempt to impress what popular actress at that time who starred in movies like Taxi Driver, Freaky Friday, and Candle Shoe? He shot the president to try to impress Jodie Foster. And question 20. What was the title of the comedy, Shakespeare's last play that he wrote alone, in which the marooned wizard Prospero frees the sprite Ariel after reconciling with King Alonso and regaining the Duchy of Milan? That Shakespeare play was called The Tempest. Question number 1. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, and Fergie all got their start on which TV variety show for children? The answer is the Mickey Mouse Club. Question number 2, also called the collarbone. What is the bone that is found near the top of the shoulder and serves to keep the scapula or the shoulder blade in place? The answer is the clavicle. Question number 3, what is the most common name of the diagrams that show a direct progression of how energy is transferred from autotrophs to herbivores to carnivores? That is called the food chain. Question number 4, often found in English poetry. What is the term for the literary device when words repeat the same first letter? That is known as an alliteration. Question number 5. Who was the English mystery writer who wrote Death on the Nile, Murder on the Orient Express, and more? Her name was Agatha Christie. Question number 6. What is the name for the specific type of improvisational jazz singing that uses nonsense syllables in place of words? That is called scat or scat singing. Question number 7. The lowest notes this voice calls for is the A below the staff. What is the name of this vocal range which is above the alto? The answer is soprano. Question number 8. Which American national park located north of Kings Canyon National Park contains the world's largest tree, the General Sherman? That park is the Sequoia National Park. Question number 9. What is the name for the type of poem whose Shakespearean form has the rhyme scheme AB AB, CD CD, EF EF, GG? That is the rhyme scheme of the Shakespearean form of a sonnet. Question number 10. What is the name of the Indian chief who said, "I am tired, my heart is sick and sad. From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever"? That famous quote is from Chief Joseph. Question number 11. What is the term used for the property of a sound wave that is inversely proportional to its wavelength and is measured in hertz? The property we're looking for is its frequency. Question number 12, also known as mare's tails. What type of clouds are characterized by thin, wisp-like strands and are found at altitudes above 23,000 feet? Those clouds are called cirrus clouds. Question 13. It is called estivation if it occurs during the summer. The porwheel is the only bird to demonstrate what animal behavior, which can be defined as sustained torpor. The answer is hibernation. Question 14. The musical scores for Jaws, E.T., Indiana Jones, Home Alone, Jurassic Park, and many other films were all composed by what American musician? That musician's name is John Williams. Question 15. Howard Carter discovered the treasures of this man's tomb in 1922. Who was this ruler of Egypt's 18th dynasty who died at age 19? The answer, King Tut. Question 16. One of the most notable miracles of Jesus occurred during the wedding at Cana, where Jesus performed what action? He turned water into wine. Question 17. It is home to the world's largest art museum, the Hermitage, and is the nation's second largest city. What is the name of the major city in northern Russia that served as its capital for over 2 centuries? That city is St. Petersburg. Question 18. What is the name given to the negatively charged particles that, in the Bohr model of the atom, orbit the nucleus? The negatively charged particles are called electrons. Question 19. In this popular story, humans are ruled by horses in Huenum, and the Yahoos, Laputa, and Lilliput also appear. In what 1726 novel by Jonathan Swift? That novel is called Gulliver's Travels. Question 20. Polyphemus, a popular example of what type of creature, claimed that no man blinded him while Odysseus and his men escaped? He was a cyclops. Question number 1. Played by Michael Richards in 178 episodes from 1989 to 1998, what is the first name of the fictional character in the American television sitcom Seinfeld who plays Jerry's zany next-door neighbor that usually goes by his last name, Kramer? Kramer's first name is Cosmo. Question number 2. This man wrote that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere in his letter from Birmingham jail. What organizer of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference hoped that his children would be judged by the content of their character in his 1963 speech at the Lincoln Memorial? The answer is Martin Luther King Jr. Question number 3. A division between the A and B rings is now named after him. What was the name of the Italian astronomer who was the first to notice that there were multiple rings around Saturn that were separated by gaps? His name was Cassini. Question number 4. In one novel, this writer depicted Catherine as the lover of Frederick Henry. In another novel, this writer depicted Maria as the lover of Robert Jordan. What is the name of this American writer who wrote A Farewell to Arms and For Whom the Bell Tolls? The answer is Ernest Hemingway. Question number 5. One character in this novel wins a ride in a biplane after her gooseberry pie beats that of Rupert Pennypacker. After a newsman tries to bring more people to her town, Grandma puts on a show with a corpse and a shotgun to make him leave. What is this 1998 novel about Joey and Mary Alice by Richard Peck? This novel is called A Long Way from Chicago. Question 6. What is the title of the 1977 song by Fleetwood Mac that found newfound popularity in 2020 when a video of Nathan Apodaca skateboarding while drinking a bottle of ocean spray went viral on the social media app TikTok? He's skateboarding, drinking his ocean spray, while the song Dreams plays in the background. Question number 7. By the time of their 1986 breakup, this band had backed Prince on 2 studio albums, 2 soundtracks, and 2 videos. What was the name of this band that was founded in 1979 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and served as Prince's live band and later as his studio band? Prince's band was called The Revolution. Question number 8. One deity obtained the grass-cutting sword after defeating an 8-headed foe. The sun deity hid in a cave after another deity made too much noise. These deities, Susanoo and Amaterasu, respectively, are kami, from the religion practiced by citizens of what country? That religion is Shinto. The country is Japan. Question number 9. This was the home country of Pope John Paul II and the home of the world's largest castle, the Castle of the Teutonic Order in the town of Malbork. Germany's September 1939 invasion of what nation prompted Britain and France to enter World War II after the bombing of its capital city? The country we're looking for is Poland. Question 10. What U.S. founding father stated to the Second Virginia Convention, "Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." That famous speech was given by Patrick Henry. Question 11. Clouds are formed in this step of the water cycle when water vapor in the air turns into liquid water. In between evaporation and water storage, what is the term that describes the change in state from a gas to a liquid? The term we're looking for is condensation. Question number 12. Though hip fractures are typically caused by a break in this bone, not the pelvis, it is found mostly in the thigh. What is the name of the longest bone in the average human body? The answer is the femur. Question 13. Starring as Henry Hill in Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas and as Shoeless Joe Jackson in the classic film Field of Dreams, what was the name of the American actor who passed away in 2022 during the filming of Dangerous Waters? Henry Hill and Shoeless Joe Jackson were characters played by Ray Liotta. Question 14. 4 feature films, beginning with The Matrix and continuing with 3 sequels, The Matrix Reloaded, The Matrix Revolutions, and The Matrix Resurrections, were produced by Joel Silver and written and directed by siblings that shared what last name? Those siblings' last name was Wachowski. Question 15. During the Great Depression, many Americans were forced into homelessness. As a result, a great number of shanties were built and were derisively nicknamed for which president who succeeded Calvin Coolidge? They called them Hoovervilles, after President Herbert Hoover. Question 16. Woodrow Wilson's decision to pursue the League of Nations may have caused this document to not be ratified in the United States. What is this document that ended World War I, named for the palace in which it was signed? The document that ended World War I was called the Treaty of Versailles. Question 17. Botticelli lived and worked primarily in this city and under the patronage of Lorenzo de' Medici. The Duomo of Brunelleschi dominates this city's skyline, and the Uffizi Gallery holds many priceless artworks here. What is this Italian city? The Uffizi Gallery is in Florence. Question 18. After her husband's death, she moved to a site where she painted Black Iris and another work bisected by a black stripe, cow's skull, red, white, and blue. Who was this wife of Alfred Stieglitz, an American painter of flowers and the Southwest? The answer is Georgia O'Keeffe. Question 19. The O'Shaughnessy Dam on the Tuolumne River is located in which American national park, which is better known for granite structures such as Half Dome and El Capitan and some namesake waterfalls? That national park is Yosemite. Question 20. Loki utilized this figure's blindness to engineer the death of Balder. What is the name of the blind Norse god who was the one who chucked the deadly mistletoe at the god of light and was subsequently killed by Vali? The answer is Hodor. Question number 1. Born in 1931 and described as one of America's most distinguished and versatile actors of all time, what is the name of the man who is known for being the voice of both Darth Vader in Star Wars and Mufasa in The Lion King? His name is James Earl Jones. Question number 2. In publishing, this 6-letter term describes a set of journal issues published in the same year. It also describes the sound level output from a computer or a television. What is this term for the amount of space an object occupies, which for a cube equals side length cubed? This term is volume. Question number 3. What term is used to describe the types of creature that eats both plants and animals, causing them to occupy the second level on some food chains and higher levels on other food chains? That animal is an omnivore. Question number 4. This man wrote of Daniel Dravot and Peachy Carnahan's adventures in Kafiristan in The Man Who Would Be King. What is the name of this author who also told us of how the rhinoceros got his skin and how the leopard got his spots in Just So Stories? That author is Rudyard Kipling. Question number 5. One figure involved in this event is drunk with the blood of saints. During it, 7 vials are poured by 7 angels in order to wreak havoc. It is set to take place on the hill of Megiddo. What is this biblical event where the forces of good and evil will do battle one last time? That battle is the Battle of Armageddon. Question number 6. Otis Redding wrote this song and recorded it for the Stax Volt label in 1965, but Aretha Franklin took possession of the song for all time with her definitive cover. What was the title of the song that was her first #1 hit and the single that established her as the Queen of Soul? Her big hit was called Respect. Question number 7. John Lennon wrote one of the Beatles' most popular songs about his painful childhood memories and named it after the Liverpool orphanage where he used to play as a young boy. What was the name of the orphanage or the song that was released in February of 1967? The orphanage was called Strawberry Fields, and the song was Strawberry Fields Forever. Question number 8. A dance from this country was the inspiration for Maurice Ravel's Bolero. What is the name of this European country that was written about in Albanese's Iberia, and whose toreadors are characters in Carmen? The country we're looking for is Spain. Question number 9. The Aswan High Dam, an attempt to control this river's flow, resulted in the creation of Lake Nasser, a massive reservoir shared by two nations. The Atbara is an arm of what river that starts at Lake Tana? This massive river is the Nile River. Question number 10, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. Remarked what U.S. president to the nation after the bombing of Pearl Harbor? That president was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR. Question number 11. Wedge and rope are informal terms used to denote large and small forms of these phenomena. Their severity is measured with the Fujita scale. What is the term for these windstorms that most often occur in their namesake alley in the American Midwest? The Fujita scale measures tornadoes. Question number 12. This element's allotropes include nanotubes and fullerenes. Another allotrope of this element consists of thin hexagonal sheets and is known as graphite. This element is bound to 4 hydrogen atoms in methane. What is the name of this element which has an atomic number of 6 and the symbol of C? The answer is carbon. Question 13. A retiring police detective played by Morgan Freeman tackles a final case with the aid of a newly transferred detective played by Brad Pitt in the 1995 movie Seven. What actor plays the serial killer who is targeting people he thinks represent one of the 7 deadly sins? The serial killer was played by Kevin Spacey. Question 14. Based on the 1962 novel of the same name by Ken Kesey, what is the title of the 1975 psychological comedy drama film that starred Jack Nicholson as Randall McMurphy and was the second film ever to win all 5 major Academy Awards? That movie was called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Question 15. One reason for the onset of the Great Depression in the U.S. was one of these taxes. What is the term for these duties that are aimed at goods produced in foreign countries and are designed to boost the sales of goods made within the country? Those taxes are called tariffs. Question 16. Lake Gatun is part of this waterway whose construction was made possible by the Hebunau-Varia Treaty and the secession of a province from Colombia. What is this Central American waterway that connects the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans? The answer is the Panama Canal. Question 17. The long walls connected this city to its port Piraeus. The Delian League was headed by this city where plague broke out in 429 BC, killing its leader, Pericles? What is the name of this democratic city-state of ancient Greece, the home of Socrates and Plato? The answer is Athens. Question number 18. A dog barks at a drummer in the lower left of this painting. After restoration, it was revealed that this painting did not actually depict an evening scene. What is the name of this 1642 work depicting a Dutch militia by Rembrandt? The name for it is The Night Watch. Question 19. While in Colchis visiting King Aeetes, what leader of the Argonauts accomplished such tasks as yoking fire-breathing oxen and dispatching a group of warriors that sprang forth after dragon teeth were sewn into the ground, all to get the golden fleece? This leader of the Argonauts was named Jason. And question 20. At the end of this novel, one character briefly reunites with her mother, Gudule. Also at the end of this novel, Fleur de Lis marries that character's lover, Phoebus de Chateaupers. What is this 1831 French novel by Victor Hugo? The answer is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Alright, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's episode of RoadTripVia. Join me for the next 364 days as we make our way along on the 365-day trivia road trip. Every quiz will get posted one time a day, usually around noon Central Standard Time. If you're not subscribed to this channel, this is the year to do it. We're going from less than 9,000 subscribers to over 90,000 subscribers this year. That's the goal. Share this on social media. Tell your friends about it. The more players, the more fun we're going to have. Thank you for watching this channel. And check out the community page for RoadTripVia. We have this divided up into playlists. We have over 1,000 random trivia quizzes. Every day we put out a new trivia quiz. Join us for the rest of the year to finish out the 365-day trivia road trip. See you then.